get ready, okay? Because there may be a new channel coming. I might be following. I mean, it's not like I'm ripping off Bad Empanada. Please don't go run and tell Bad Empanada that NCC is ripping off your model, because he might be like, not NCC stealing my model of having one channel for video essays and another channel for stream content, right? He would do that. He would do that, and then H-Bomber guy would have to come in and be like, actually, Bad Empanada, you ripped this video off from some 80s dude, right? And it would start off this whole thing where you'd find out that me and Bad Empanada used to be in like a group channel together with the Click and Wonder of You, and like, I don't know, there's allegations flying back and forth. It's hard to tell what's going on. Something like that might happen. You might get we might get in some huge drama. I don't want that to happen, right? Yeah, me, Keffels, Bad Empanada, and Vosh. We were all in one channel back in the day. That's right, with the Click and Wonder of You. And one topic at a time. It was great. And some chick named Blair too. She was pretty quiet though. She didn't really call us any drama. The Blair. Anyway, wow, I'm being ridiculous. I'm being ridiculous. Chat. I'm feeling NCC exposed. No, Dylan Burns. Yeah, it was Dylan Burns. Yeah, Dylan Burns was in that group too. You know, it was me, Bad Empanada, Dylan Burns, the Quartery, Leafy. It was great. It was amazing. Oh. Those were some times, right? I think it's a smart idea. EJ and Luda started doing that once in a while, their main channel. So yeah, that's what's gonna happen. Okay, so you're knowing this. You're getting to find this out. People that are only here during the day for my normal stream time, they're gonna have to figure this out themselves, right? But this is gonna be NCC Live. This channel is gonna become NCC Live, right? And I'm gonna start a new channel specifically for video essays, because I feel like it needs it. I feel like it needs it. There's some topics that I cannot do with a stream, that I'm not organized enough to do with a stream, but I still want to do those topics. I still want to cover those topics. So it's going to mean some shifting around, and maybe, you know, less overall streams or shorter streams or something. I'm going to have to do something to free up some time on the schedule. But of course, there's the clip channel, right? For clips from stream. There's the this will be the VOD channel / the, you know, curated stream video, super enjoyable Chef's Kiss video channel, and then we'll have an NCC. It'll probably be called Irene Geller. I have an idea for a video essay. How come they let horses poop in the streets? Do they? This music is not doing it right for me. I don't know why. I really like Persona. I really enjoy some Persona music, right? But yeah, I just wanted to let you know what is going on. It's very important. Okay. This is gonna have to be Future Funk. Copyright free. Wait, is Weasel Radio still up? I feel like if anybody wants to make like copyright free music for me, call it Weasel Wave. That's what I would want to listen to. What's up, Jules? What's up, Globbits? What's up, Kirsa? What's up, Zara? What's up, Cryptid Mage? Not only was there one channel, 10 of you had to fight over that one camera. True, yeah. Horse poo is smelly. Wait, I'm acting like I can't say the word stinks. Oh my god, chat. I'm on my best behavior because YouTube, you keep on thinking that I am like not safe for whatever. I don't know. YouTube keeps on, they keep on like temporarily limiting my ads, and I don't know why, because I'm so good now. I would attack. Oh, there's an American clan. I think Jorge would be proud. Saltine X and Latinx communities, yes. Bad Bad Empanada had a berserk button for people who crudely radicalize Latin America. That's all true. That's all true. Movies with Mark. That is who invaded my chat. Thank you for the subscription. Thank you for invading. We appreciate you. I only pressed like because I don't want you to call me out later. And also, yeah, if you like my stuff, that's a great way to show that you like my stuff by hitting that conveniently placed like button. Didn't this start out over Hispanics can't be Nazis? Yes, something like that, right? So it's that, like, Matt Bender was trying to describe to his chat how someone like the Tim Pool shotter could get radicalized, right? Could get radicalized with some really, you saw those tattoos, right? You saw those tattoos representing ideologies that YouTube really doesn't want me to describe, right? But they have to do with a guy from the 30s with a mustache on his face, if you know what I mean. Those kind of tattoos, right? The guy who turned out to be a Tim Pool fan. And people were wondering, like, how did this guy come into being? And I think that Matt Bender's description of it had something to do with, well, you know, like Argentina and stuff, right? It's not that weird, right? Because, like, Argentina and Bad Empanada was like, you know, it just like, and what? No, I don't think it was even. Wait, that's how this started. Wasn't it on Twitter? I think it was on Twitter. And when was this where it happened? I think it happened on Twitter, and people from Argentina were kind of upset because this is a weird stereotype that gets perpetuated, right? That there's something specially sus about Argentina above other countries that just makes it the, you know, the perfect place for the fans of the man with the mustache. The man with the mustache, yeah. You have said the summon word. I have said the summon word, true. Australia is not sending its best to Argentina. Ask Keffels about that. I wonder if Keffels has gone down to see Bad Empanada. Canonically, they are betrothed. Keffels and Bad Empanada, right? That's... You put 3 tweets in stream suggestions. Let's take a look at those. Why not? Why not take a really quick look? Yeah, so yeah, this is what happened is Matt started to get kind of blowed up on Twitter from Argentina, of all places. And that's, I think, what caused Bad Empanada to decide to challenge. Bad Empanada took exception to this being shared in the context of a right-winger saying a Mexican couldn't be a white supremacist. I think that's the fairest description of the drama I can give, says Yolkio. Okay, let's take a look at your thread, Yolkio, or rather Matt's thread, but you found it, so I feel like finders, keepers, Matt, losers, weepers. I'm sorry. It's Yolkio's thread now. It's Yolkio's thread now. All right, there it is right there. Let's get ready to Twitter. Here we go. You don't even have to open a history book. There are history websites now. Wait, is that the History Channel? I mean, like, we know this, right? But, I mean, it's... I don't know about this, though, right? This is, in fact, the History Channel. Ooh. Ooh. I mean, it's weird for the United States to be calling anyone else a haven for this ideology, let's just say. So that's his receipt. That's it. That's his proof, is like the History Channel. World War II. Yeah, there was also a little something called Operation Paperclip, in which the United States took on more than a few German citizens after the war, considering that they might be helpful in our weapons programs and rocket programs and many other things such as this. Yo, this... Okay. But Matt's responding to this? Matt's on a call-in marathon right now, so... Oh, God. You know, Matt, you're supposed to go to sleep. You're East Coast. What time is it for you? You got a family? What the heck? What the heck, Matt? Shouldn't you be in bed by now? Are you keeping your family up, like, to do streaming? God, I don't know how anybody streams with a family. I'm not throwing shade, though. Understand. I mean, Joseph Mangala lived under his own name for years in South America. Yeah, we should use a call-in show. Oh my God, do you remember the last time I did that and somebody came on and said the N-word? It was good times. Delicious. I should call into Matt Bender's show and tell him that Adadak says, I like and respect the beard. I mean, this is the battle of the beers. The battle of the beers. The battle of the beards with a D, with a hard D. That was not a good time. No, it was not a good time. It's midnight for a lot of people, right? I need to get going. I mean, I usually don't cover people's streams until after they're in the can. However, Bad Empanada's stream is in the can and privated because he doesn't want me doing late night debate analysis from his side. So I guess I'll have to do it from Bender's side. I guess I'm on Bender's. I guess I'm on the leftist mafia, the Team Lib now. Call Matt and tell him to hurry it up. Be like, yo, you gotta get to bed. You gotta get to bed. Well, okay. Look. Understand. This is not stream sniping, okay? I am not a stream sniper. I'm not a sharpshooter. I'm not trying to snipe anybody's streams. I'm not trying to monetize anyone's dreams. I'm just a random small streamer chick doing my best for my chat. And I think my chat wants me to go forward. Go forward with this, right? Bad and Empanada was all... I'm gonna put this video up and make you look silly, Bender. Wait, I can say stupid, can I? NASA was a big fan. What's up, Spirit Temple? This was a lazy dunk. George and Laura Bush have vast land holdings in Paraguay to sink their family wealth into outside of American jurisdiction. Burt Reynolds? Wait, is Burt Reynolds like part of Isn't Burt Reynolds that guy on Celebrity Jeopardy? Do you know what I'm talking about? There was that guy on Celebrity Jeopardy, and there was Sean Connery, and then there was Burt Reynolds, and they would give what's his name? Like all kinds of crap. Alex Trebek. Is that who Burt Reynolds is? He was like in a trucker movie, right? He did a trucker movie. Look, Matt Bender is a friend of the VOD, okay? I don't think he's gonna mind too much that I'm doing late night debate analysis. Is he still talking about it was on SNL? Oh, it wasn't real. That's not real Celebrity Jeopardy? Oh my God. I must have a weird memory of those memories. I love and idolize him. I will not tolerate any criticism of Burt Reynolds. Wait, was he Smokey or was he the Bandit? Remind me. Was he both? Did Smokey turn out to be the Bandit? Is that how that works? Was that the big like twisty twist at the end of the movie that Smokey and the Bandit were one and the same? Do you want to react to this 45-second clip of complete absurdity? I mean, is it safe? because I know a lot of people have been waiting for me to get started with this. And it's so unfortunate. So very, 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 very unfortunate that Bender has decided. What is Bender doing, though? Why is Bender still on? He's not. Is he coping? Please tell me that Bender knows not to cope. It's never a good look to cope, even if you won, okay? One sure way to, like, change that W to an L is to be perceived as wallowing in the stench of cope. And like debates, like nobody really wins or loses. It's just a social construct. Winning and losing generally is not real when it comes to debates, except in very edge cases where somebody is declared to be blown the F out. Then you could have a win or a loss. Bender said he is going to take one more call. Oh my god. He's not on Discord, is he? I'm not even set up to call in, right, Chad? I could call him on my phone, which I'm assuming that's where he's taking calls from. No spoiler, chick. Just kidding. I have no idea what happens. He's got new viewership stroking his ego. Riding on the confirmation bias high. I mean, that's always fun. That's always fun. Okay, well, as long as he's not coping, I think he should be okay. Look, I mean, I'll be honest. I didn't see this whole debate. I caught the tail end of it. And I didn't know entirely what to make of it. Part of me wants to say that they mostly agree. But maybe there was something, I feel like there might have been something significant that Bender was missing that he should probably learn from, right? Now, listen, that's not going to get Bad Empanada to like you. If he doesn't like you, he's not going to change his mind just because you're like, oh shit, Bad Empanada, you were right. Okay, sorry about that. Like, right? It's not, that's not going to, like, he's a hater. He's going to hate you. That being said, like, I don't know. He hates everybody. Including me. Especially me. He hates my guts, chat. Bad Empanada hates me. Not really, but like, he made fun of me. He said that my coffee... He ascertained that my coffee was garbage just by looking at it. Like, he's not tasting it. He's not smelling it. He's just like, yeah, that coffee is garbage. Like, I don't know what to do with that, right? And then he said that my bling, like my hand bling, it made me look like the Hardy Boys from wrestling, which I'm not familiar with those wrestlers. I'm not really familiar with all that many wrestlers. Look, the only wrestler I care about is Kid Bandit, okay? Even if he's wrong, he won't stop being a hater. True. I don't know. He was uncharacteristically patient with Keffels for so long. Yeah. And look at how that blew up on him. What's up, Dat Katie? BE hates me because I'm from Israel. Even though I am anti-Zionist. So, how did you encounter Bad Empanada, Dat Katie, I wonder? Was it on Twitter.com? Or was it on... Because he's not on Twitch anymore, right? As far as I know, Bad Empanada is banned from Twitch. No longer on Twitch. You didn't know that until now, right? No, look, Bad Empanada, he's Oscar the Grouch, okay? He'll tell you he hates you, and then he'll come and you know, be nice to you in chat. I don't know what to say, right? You know how he is. I think what it is this, right? He could come on and we could have a conversation and we could be cool with each other, but that's not exactly gonna get viewership, right? He would rather have Matt Bender come on so that he could berate Bender, or he'd rather have Keffels come on and what did Keffels do? Yeah, he was really like, they were friends, right? They were friends, or at least Bad Empanada thought that they were friends, but to Keffels and the rest of the Vosh Clout Network, Bad Empanada is one thing and one thing only, and that is an acceptable target, right? You are allowed to lie about Bad Empanada, you are allowed to make fake screenshots about Bad Empanada, gloves are off, you know, or the Hardy Boys, whatever these are off. I look good. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I don't know. I'm feeling kind of vibe. Okay, well, we're as close as we can get to waiting for Bender to actually finish his stream. Should we get into it? Shall we? Chat. Get into it. All right. Wait. Why do you still look paused? There he is.
Here we go. I'm live on my channel. I know Bad Empanada's live on his channel. Hey, are you there?
You know it's gonna start. You know it's gonna be a great debate, right? When it starts off with Bad Imp Pinata, right? Like it's like a pinata in the shape of an imp. That's what we're dealing with, right? Bad Empanada. When you get the enye, the gratuitous enye, that is the very, very best way you can start off a Bad Empanada debate. Discount MSNBC Cedar. Bender, notoriously long talker with calls. Damn. I didn't see this. Do I even want to? Well, you're about to. I mean, like.
Yes, indeed.
There he is.
Awesome, awesome.
Can you all hear them okay? Do you want me to like raise the volume?
Yeah, it's nice to talk with you. I've heard some about you over the years, and it's interesting to finally get a chance to talk. Weird, I guess, series of events that brought us here, but here we are.
Yeah, it's okay. I have no idea who you are.
That's
Wait,
fine.
you made a clip that you thought was funny? We can go through the clip to satisfy, Wait, what? Really? Is that the clip or is that his stream? No, that's his stream, right? That's just...
In the 60s.
Nope, that's live. That's the one thing I can't do. Wait, did you make a clip that's like in Twitch highlight? Sorry to get you excited.
I'm just interested in using you as a proxy to make a video to talk about a topic so I don't have to make it on my main channel.
That scared me. When I saw that, I was like, did Bender go private too?
It's cool. I will say it's a bit weird you're not on your main channel because you had promoted...
I don't stream on my main channel.
Yeah, I get it, but you had told me that you have 10 times the viewers that I have. But
yeah, you get like 1,000 views per video.
Well, because they're just live streams. And no, I don't.
Okay.
I get like, you could check it out right now. It's like 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 views.
You stream on like Majority Report or something?
No, I don't. I stream on my own channel. I got like 29,000 subscribers, which obviously is much less than your main channel.
Bad Empanada, the Voosh crowd are going after each other like a malfunctioning septic tank blasting. It's poo-poo everywhere. Pretty gross all around, but also kind of entertaining. I mean, yeah, I won't lie. You're right about that.
Oh, but
Okay.
you're
Well, I'm glad we've gotten the important details out of the way.
right. Well, you didn't know. You also didn't want to go on video, which was weird.
I'm on a video on my channel.
on
I
your
just don't
end.
want to set it up.
All right.
Like horsies in the street.
Also, I just want to do a screen share really quick. I mean, do you usually show your the people that give you the time of day such wonderful respect as to not even put their name in the title or call them Discount Sam Cedar? Very weird.
Yeah.
Very weird.
Yeah. You don't matter, dude. I'm sorry. Your name doesn't bring in viewers.
All right, that's fine. But
You,
you know,
you can
usually
use a
it's-
derogatory name for me if you want.
your whole thing of not going live on video was you don't care about the whole YouTube debate viewer thing, and then you're telling me that you put
No, I don't go
Discount
live on video
Sam's-
because
Yeah, that's exactly what's going on now, Katie. It's a weird, it's kind of a dick competition. And by that, I mean like a detective competition, that kind of dick, like a private dick. Like maybe you should keep your dicks private, is what I'm saying.
Cedar, you put Discount
my
Sam
stream
Cedar.
is
You put discount
Well,
Sam
this is
Cedar for
completely irrelevant.
all
My
right.
stream is a thing that I do like 4 times a month
all right.
when I
discount.
want to make some extra money, right?
I'm trying
It's
to
not
be
something
good.
that's
I'm
serious.
trying to
I
be
never
good,
set up
YouTube.
video with guests
It's
because
a Richards competition. Whose Richard will prevail?
I have
Yeah.
a guest once every 6 months.
Whose ego will prevail?
That's cool.
that a
Let's just do.
sufficient
All
answer?
right, let's do this. I'm discount Sam Cedar. Cool. Let's do it. And you are
No problem,
Bad,
discount
bad,
Sam
bad Empanada. Cool. Okay.
No, like he says that he does this to like everybody if he's not like a fan. Oh my god, 1312 donation. Thank you for the 1312 in Canadian money. You shouldn't swear because Michelle? Because when you swear, Our Lady in Heaven, she cries the tears that make it rain. Isn't that right, sister? I think that is right, sister. I think that is right. That's exactly right, sister. Like those Karens, these are, yeah, Richards. It's kind of like a Karen. So yeah, thank you for the ACAB donation there.
Okay, that's Enya. That's a different letter entirely. It's N.
We're getting a Spanish lesson to boot.
Empanada. Anyway, we can
Matt is being decent, Bad Empanadas being an a-hole.
talk about the actual topic that we wanted to talk about, which is just interested in your perception of the whole Nazi Argentina thing.
Okay. We should pretty much
Oh wait, I also want to point out that although Bad Empanada is making fun of Matt over his viewership, which he kind of does to everyone. He kind of does that to everyone, right? Matt is hiding his power level because some of his viewers are over on Twitch.
people know where this all started, right?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Sure. So
I believe you posted a tweet
Sure.
trying to explain the Mexican American who killed like 8 people in a mass shooting covered in Nazi tattoos with like a History Channel article about Nazis in South America.
No, that's actually not exactly what it was, but yeah. Basically, it was the discourse around whether people with Latino or Hispanic names, because the right wing.
Wait a minute. Whoa. Okay, I don't want to call anybody out, but there are some Vosh people. Does anybody know what happened? There are actually some Vosh people in Matt's Twitch chat. Yeah.
Was pushing this whole idea
This is no lie.
that this Mexican American
Is it just because he's debating Bad Empanada, or are they usually there?
be a Nazi because of their their name. They were really focusing on the fact that they
Just
were,
his name?
well, his name and also the color of his skin, his background being from a Hispanic family and having a Latino origin.
Yeah, Dylan CIA Burns. You know it becomes more Spanish when you put that enye on a regular N. That's to make it extra authentic.
So they were basically saying there was an article from Axios, The Rise of White Nationalist Hispanics, and Mike Solana, who's this like right-wing VC, shared it and was sort of poo-pooing the idea that this could be a thing. White nationalist Hispanics, no way. So, as a
who is
play
this
on
guy?
the joke of
Who is this guy that was like incredulous about like, oh my god, how could you even
Axios, The Rise of White Nationalist Hispanics. And Mike Solana, who's this like right-wing VC,
Mike Solana?
shared it and was
Oh look, the mods know of me.
sort of
Nice.
poo-pooing the idea that this could be a thing. White nationalist Hispanics, no way. So, as a play on the joke of, hey, open a history book, I literally found one of the first things on this was from a History Channel page. And so I made a joke about how you could
Bosch fans were the ones calling in. There's people there because they hate BE. Yeah, that's gonna happen. That's gonna happen. They probably came when they saw BE. Some of them, I'm sure, want to do some. There's some natural overlap.
you just look at it there. And the title of this
Entirely
article is How
possible.
South America Became a Nazi Haven.
Indeed.
And, yeah, it's basically...
I used to watch Matt stream, says L, not that much crossover with Voosh before. Okay. I think it's BE. I watch Matt and a lot in his chat. It was weirder than usual. Oh, okay. I listen. Okay, so you all know I've had Matt on the stream before, right? We didn't agree we famously, I didn't expect a debate, but I got one. We had to debate, and it was literally like lefty versus lib. Like that was the debate. Like is liberalism sufficient? Obviously, yeah, I don't. But that was a long time ago. I feel like Matt's ideology has evolved, right, since then. So credit where credit is due.
A rundown of, some very basic stuff.
Yeah, indeed. It's referring to...
Wait, the debate with me and Matt, it was like years ago. It was years ago. He was like my first really big guest.
A stereotype, like a very common stereotype that's used.
He was on Bird Brains. I support him for Scam Economy. He does a lot of good work. I will say that.
For two purposes. One is to legitimize American imperialism against...
Not that I am a stan of anyone.
It's like the center left in Argentina. And two is to deflect from America being itself a post-war Nazi haven.
No, I'm not doing that.
And that's why everyone got angry at you.
No, that's why strictly Argentinians got angry at me because
that's why they got angry at you.
Yes,
you know why?
yes,
because these people have never heard of this shit in their entire lives.
That's
like,
a problem. That's a problem. Then that's a real problem. That's a real problem.
What I'm saying is
that's a real problem.
It's not a problem. They haven't heard of your perception of them, which come from a fucking musical.
No, I don't have any perception of them from a musical. I have a perception.
You do. You absolutely do. You're an American. You have cultural. Yes.
I feel like he's giving us, Empanada is giving a somewhat accurate appraisal of what people were upset with Matt Bender about, right? And I feel like Matt's confused.
Your perceptions of things you don't know much about comes like everyone else comes through cultural osmosis. You don't really know much about certain things, and you have these sort of stereotypical...
Evita is 25 years old. The musical?
Ideas of what
Dude, you know nothing about me.
I know about you're a generic American. You don't know how to pronounce empanada.
Okay.
That's about all I need to know.
Okay, so I mispronounced empanada.
I mean...
This is like Majority Report humor. I don't know if Bad Empanada realizes it, but he is falling into a comedic tradition, right? When Sam argues with somebody, this is Majority Report humor. Like the way that this is coming through of like, yeah, he's gonna add that gratuitous enye, and of course Bad Empanada's gonna react to that, right? Of course. Now listen, here's my take, all right? Your chat knows that gratuitous enye doesn't belong there. You don't have to point it out. You don't have to look, you're not wrong, okay? Bad Empanada, you're not wrong. But you don't have to be an a-hole about it. There we go. But yeah, like this is like, I mean, you don't have to point that out, but of course Bad Empanada's gonna point it out, and this adds to the comedic like cofactor of the whole evening, right? This is so on brand for Majority Report, even though, like, I will grant that Matt Bender is his own man, okay? Never let it be said that he is, like, a creature of the Majority Report. That is where he got his start. True. But he's built his own platform, separate from Majority Report, and I respect that Sigma hustle, okay? Bad Empanada, I don't expect to know. Obviously, that's the funny thing about Bad Empanada, is he doesn't have to know to get into a debate with you about it, right? We had a debate not a debate. We got into it on Twitter over Keffels, right? And Bad Empanada actually blocked me, right? He was like, Keffels isn't bad, Keffels have issues with, racism, and no, never. What are you talking about, right? And how long after that was it until Bad Empanada was getting snaked, getting weaseled by Keffels, right? Who was right about that, Bad Empanada? Look, I never rubbed it in because I know that I don't have to. My chat knows what went on. For me to rub that in, for me to make an extra special point about that and try to puff myself up on the silliness that I perceive from Bad Empanada, that would just I have no need for that. I'm a bigger person than that, right? I tried to get Benner to raid you the other night. Gonna try again. Yeah, I don't know if he remembers. Like, right? It's been a while. It's been a hot minute since we talked, right? I mean, I guess that could work. That could happen. Chat, what would you think? What would you think of a bunch of Majority Report people were in chat all of a sudden? Would you get along with them? Or would there be like a little culture class? I don't know. I feel like Bender's audience is slightly different than the Majority Report, though. I'll give him that he represents more left than I don't know. What do you think, chat? Bender or Emma? Right? I don't agree with either of them, by the way, on everything, right? I'm sure we have our differences. I'm sure we have ideological discrepancies in places, right? But I feel like compared to somebody like Sam, Bender is, you know, to the left. A libraid, Dylan CIA Burns is not. I feel like Dylan CIA Burns has had to deal with libs before. Sometimes it's hard. What a Sophie's choice, right? Oh my god, that's such a Sophie's choice. Well, luckily, YouTube chat, you would not have to deal with them. I don't think, unless he raids with both. Does he raid with both? I like Emma. I like Emma too, yeah. I mean...
buddy.
Would you like me to provide you some academic articles about this exact stereotype and how it came to be? I can do it right now.
It's like basic history.
A bunch of us don't like MRL that much.
Like it's basic history.
Understandable.
It's basic history. What about is basic history?
What do you mean? That there I mean, obviously there are white supremacists and neo-Nazis and far right-wing extremists all over the world.
Yeah, what does this American one have to do with Argentina, though?
Oh, I was bringing up the fact that, yeah, there is a...
Oh, when you said that, River Rune, you're not talking about NCC chatters. You're talking about Matt Bender chatters. Good to know. Bender has a small... a bunch of us don't like MR that much. Bender has a small kind of niche, alt-nerdy audience with a lot of trans people. It's definitely a bit to the left of MR. Yeah, I will definitely give him that. I think Emma, although he wasn't that far to the left when I debated him, but I wonder if he's changed his mind. We were basically debating about Roosevelt, right? And like the point with Roosevelt, I don't hate like Franklin Delano Roosevelt's guts more than other American presidents. I think he's, well, there's some issues with him. There's some issues with every single American president, but I don't think he's necessarily like one of the worst ones. But I will say that, like, I feel like the New Deal and the subsequent recuperation of every social program that people thought maybe at the time spelled a new day for the United States of America, I think that shows you that Rooseveltian, whatever you want to call it, I won't even call it social democracy, right? But whatever that was is insufficient at addressing the problems of capitalism. It doesn't meet the bare minimum requirement of clawing back some leverage from the capital class, right? They kept the leverage. And we got crumbs. Some of us got crumbs, right? Lest we forget that the New Deal left a ton of people out, a ton of black people out, a ton of non-white people out. Like there were yeah, obviously, but that was the argument we had.
Such thing as white
NCC is I'm gonna make Hoover win. That's what they would say. You know, you can't be against Roosevelt or else Hoover will win.
Latinos
New Deal was
and Hispanics,
racist as fuck. Exactly.
That was the premise of the article.
Oh my god, I'm not supposed to say that word.
That's it. Anything
it wouldn't really make
anything
much
more.
sense because
Sorry, Chad. I shouldn't have said New Deal.
Wouldn't it?
For one, Nazis who moved to, let's say, South America, they're not Latinos or Hispanics.
Sure, of course not. But you're acting like they didn't also
Two,
decide
we're
to
talking
set up...
about.
But hold on.
We're talking about white people and brown people.
Hold on.
The guy who did this in the U.S. was certainly not white or Aryan or whatever the fuck you want to call it, like the Nazis did. So
Dude.
Referring to that in the first place doesn't really make much sense, does it?
Well, no, it makes plenty of sense because you're under the impression that like the neo-Nazis that the Nazis that left Nazi Germany after the war or during the war and moved to South America, they didn't
Spirit Temple, are you talking about the pronunciation bad empanada da da da? Or is that something different?
intertwine and mingle with the people.
Does anybody know what I'm talking about? The one person, I will say, who ever got the best of bad empanada, right, was a VTuber, believe it or not. And I'm not talking about the apartheid anime girl, right? That was anything but getting the better of bad empanada in that conflict. No, I'm talking about a different VTuber entirely. One that also had a real good showing against Chud Logic. Chud Logic was destroyed. A Polish VTuber, that's right. The one debater, the one interlocutor that Bad Empanada could not defeat. Remember, because Bad Empanada has embarrassed a ton of people. If you've seen the President Sunday thing, the Keffels thing, I mean, I guess, did Keffels want to get embarrassed, though? I got the feeling that Keffels was looking for something like the treatment that she ended up getting. Yeah, Lucy, that's right, Lucy. That's the only correct pronunciation of Bad Empanada's name is, Bad Empanada da da.
There and have families of people there or share their ideology at the very least with people there. It's not like they just...
How much of my audience...
They share them with it.
How much of my audience tonight remembers Apartheid Anime Girl? There might be some of you who are here because I covered the conflict with Apartheid Anime Girl, and you've even found out that I had issues with Apartheid Anime Girl before Bad Empanada had issues with Apartheid Anime Girl, right? Apartheid Anime Girl is a super meanie butt. You mean, Ethnostocracy? I have never heard that nickname, Toro-kun. That's a new one to me. Thank you. Ethnostocracy. Okay. She's incredibly Lamau, emptiest brain on the planet. That's how you win a debate, though, L. That's how you win a debate. Head empty, no thoughts, debate winner. That's what I'm saying. Automatic W. Automatic W.
This guy.
I didn't say this guy. Dude, you're bringing in something completely different because you seem to have misread.
It seems to me like you're bringing in something completely different and irrelevant to the question.
The question.
My God, Keffels hopped into Bender's chat for a second and left when someone reminded chat she did something. No! Oh my God!
Mexican mass shooter in the USA.
That's completely on the United States of America and its gun culture.
Lucy, not Eris, exactly.
Its own neo-Nazi problem. But then there was a secondary discussion surrounding this whole thing about whether Latinos and Hispanics...
That's right, there's no room.
...people can be white supremacist. And I was just bringing up...
When Americans use the term Latino and Hispanics, etc., what they mean is brown people. They don't mean like blonde hair, blue-eyed neo-Nazis. They mean brown people. And I think you know that, or at least, subconsciously you should know that. So wait, it doesn't really make much sense to refer to South America. When they're saying that, they're not specifically referring to the fact that he's Hispanic.
Yeah, that's the thing, Riveroon. We like... The Keffels drama, as big of a deal as it was, on Twitter, it didn't make a huge splash overall, right? There's a ton of people that are still legitimately what's a Keffels, right? There's a ton of people that are just like, what?
Spanish speaker or whatever, that his parents were from a Spanish speaking country or from Latin America. They're referring to the guy's perceived race.
Right, and I'm telling you that they assumed that because he was, a brown person with a background, his family came from south of the American border, that he could not possibly be a white supremacist. So I was simply using a historical fact to show how there's actually a long history of, this ideology being welcomed or accepted throughout the world, period, but specifically in this conversation regarding the surrounding conversation.
Does Lance still defend Keffels? Look, I'm not going to speak for anybody, okay? Least of all Lance, right? But I never saw Lance call her out by name. I did see Lance call some of the behavior out, right? So he's at least aware of it, and he's not a fan, right? I don't know. I think maybe a lot of people might be giving her a second chance. And yeah, you know, I mean, like, I'm not trying to start back any drama from before she went to, like, you know, before she, you know, did, you know, rehab, right? I don't think it doesn't feel right to, like, you know, hold her to anything like that. Obviously, I would appreciate it if she would apologize to my friend Zara, right? But that may not happen. That being said, I'm not, like, really that interested in anything that she's been doing lately. And you know, I don't know what she's streaming, like, once a week now, and Lance catches 1 or 2 strays in the debate aftermath from does he catch him from Bender or from, oh, you're right, yeah, from Bad Empanada. From Bad Empanada. Doesn't Lance and Keffel stream for the same server? Yeah, that is White Forest that you're talking about. It's some kind of, they call it a co-op, right? But it's really, like, you know, if you're part of White Forest, Vosh's sysadmin runs your website. And so you're reliant on not just Vosh, but somebody that works for Vosh and is extremely capricious, right? Just extremely unpredictable and capricious and kind of scary. I mean, she popped out of the blue and accused me of all kinds of stuff with no proof. And I had to remind people who she was and what her history was, right? Because it's just kind of like I'm trying to stream and I'm putting out my tweet for the stream and she pops up in the replies, like, accusing me of just, like, why? Like, I'm not even sure I understand what all she was accusing me of, right? But it had to do with that website where they grow a certain kind of fruit that's green on the inside and fuzzy on the outside, right? And it's like, I don't know. Like, they say that every accusation is a confession. I think that applies to White Nervosa. But I can say no more. Let's get on with the drama. Sorry, not the drama. Let's get off with the drama. Let's get on with the debate, because I'm sure there's going to be no drama tonight between my good friend Matt Bender and my good friend Bad Empanada.
In South America.
It's going to be chill, right?
I believe that you are actually referring to...
yeah, a co-op would imply that everyone has the same access to the same tools. Exactly.
Actually, erroneous stereotype of Argentina, specifically.
I never said the word Argentina. I never said the word Argentina.
We all know what you mean. You're an American. We all know what the cultural perception.
No,
of
actually, when I think of right-wing South American countries, the first country I think
right-wing.
So wait, he never actually said Argentina? I didn't pick that up before.
Speaker or whatever, that his parents were from a Spanish-speaking country or from Latin America. They're referring to the guy's perceived race.
Right, and I'm telling you that they assumed that because he was, a brown person with a background, his family came from south of the American border, that he could not possibly be a white supremacist. So I was simply using a historical fact to show how there's actually a long history of this ideology being welcomed or accepted throughout the world, period, but specifically in this conversation regarding the surrounding conversation around what we were just talking about in South America.
I believe that you are actually referring to largely erroneous stereotype of Argentina, specifically.
I never said the word Argentina. I never said the word Argentina.
We all know what you mean. You're an American. We all know what the cultural perception.
No, actually, when I think of right-wing South American countries, the first country I think
right-wing,
not
Nazi, right-wing.
When I think of far right-wing white supremacist, neo-Nazi sort of subcultures going on in South America and spreading there, the first place I would think of, actually, simply because of modern times, is actually Brazil. But, you're welcome to assume I would think Argentina, I guess, for some reason. Again, I never said
some
Argentina.
Reason, for example, the very long-standing stereotype, specifically in American society.
But, dude, you're
Argentina
projecting all sorts of things.
Singularly unique. Yeah, you retweeted people saying this. You literally retweeted people saying this as well.
I didn't retweet anyone saying anything. The only people I responded to were...
Every time a Yankee talks about Nazis in Argentina. I'm reminded of this marvelous scene from Down with Love. Yo! I can't usually, held the presses so you could get the scoop on the Nazis hiding in Argentina. Argentina isn't the only hiding place. They're hiding in Florida too. Wow, how? Who's hiding them? We Americans. Okay. Really? Okay, I guess I can sometimes read Spanish a little bit. Thank you so much. I can't speak it very well. I can understand it a little bit. Hi, Mixecular. Yeah, I'm just using my translating skills. I don't even have a sponsor to bump when it comes to that at the moment. We were sponsored by a translation software for a short amount of time. Ooh woo. Nice flex, no translate check. I mean, I could probably just press the translate button and gotten a more accurate one, but that seems to be the... Oh, talking about Argentina, that seems to be kind of the consensus. Oh my god, okay. Well, we're gonna go back here because, like, we don't want to look at any no symbols. No symbols on my stream. Yawn.
Argentinians who came at me to try to say that there's no such thing as racism in their country and the Nazis never went there, period. And only in my replies to them did I ever bring up the country Argentina, and you're welcome to look through that because it's all right there and all your viewers can. This whole conversation is about you, Bad Empanada, having a
no words, no symbols. Translate on Twitter hasn't worked for me in weeks.
projection
Did Elon mess that up too? Did you know that DMs were messed up today?
of something that didn't happen onto me. You stereotyped.
Projection.
I mean, that's what happened, buddy. I don't know what to tell you.
Projection.
Whatever you're gonna bring up,
when you brought up Nazis in South America and you referred to a History Channel article.
Speaking of Twitter,
the History Channel, by the way, the History Channel is notorious for like making documentaries where they claim to have found Adolf Hitler alive in Argentina. They've made like 4 of those. So you cite a History Channel article specifically about Nazis, actual like post-war Nazis escaping to South America. And we all know that when you say that, you're mostly referring to Argentina because that's where the stereotype is.
I wasn't referring to anywhere.
You deflect that now by referring to Bolsonaro, a contemporary Trump-inspired leader.
Yeah,
is that right?
Because my point.
So you were citing a History Channel article to refer to Bolsonaro when the History Channel article was talking about post-war Nazi
That's not what I
escapees.
said.
if I could ask you a favor, chat, those of you who have the ability to click over to Twitter right now, if you could please click that thread and give it some love, okay? That would mean the world to me. As you know, Elon is not being kind to leftists in general, and especially not to random small streamer chicks, right? And if you want to help my tweet get that reach, cross that threshold, because I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Is that that if you have a link with your tweet, until you get a certain number of likes, until you get a certain number of retweets, and I don't know how many that is, like 20? Twitter treats that like it's a stinky poo-poo and that nobody wants to have anything to do with it, right? Twitter buries that in its litter box, right? And if you want to help me dig it out of the litter box, scoop it right out, then you could go and connect with that thread and give it some love. Give it some... What is the word for it? Done and done. Thank you, Mex Secular. I'm gonna put it in the pinned land.
Dude,
The land of the pinned
do you have a
tweets.
habit of talking in circles like this? Because not what I said at all. Number one, I said the use of the
Intergagement, that's
History
exactly what I'm
Channel was
talking about.
part of the meme of open a history book. You could read it in my tweet. I even reference it. So that's why I specifically used the History
joke.
Channel.
So you say open a history book and you use
Because
the
on
History
Twitter,
Channel.
everyone's snarky.
So you
just like you're
intentionally
snarky,
said
man.
something that you intentionally said something that is incorrect.
I think you're up
to own a right winger.
So you're saying that there were no Nazis that left Germany and found a safe haven in South America?
I mean, he's right that everybody is intentionally sassy and snarky and salty on Twitter. That is a Twitter thing for sure. I don't think Bender did a raid tonight.
You're saying
that's not what you believe. That's not what
he just like left it. Aw.
believe.
Dude, I'm telling you what I believe right now, and you can't accept it because you had your little.
What if he was gonna raid me, but then he saw me and he noticed that I didn't wait for him to stop streaming, and he was like, Dylan was right about her. She's a stream sniper. That bee. Hey, what's going on? What is going on, Thomas Jerome? Good to see you. I'm not referring to that stereotype, but also stereotype. Yeah, that's what he said, isn't it? That is what you're not wrong, Dylan CIA Burns. I don't think Bender did a raid tonight. He forgets. Well, I mean, yeah. I won't judge. Sometimes I forget too.
Your whole thing,
Not
your
really.
whole
Not
little
usually.
Question
stream,
for you, my friend.
your whole little stream was set up to tackle me on something I never said because
Uh-huh.
you, Bad Empanada, misread the entire tweet, and everyone in the replies when you came at me on Twitter were telling you.
Oh, that's right. The Twitch chat. Yes. I was about to say the Twitter chat. The Twitch chat is the one with the Vashis in it, right?
Dude, you misread it. As long as half of Argentinian Twitter that was coming after me, everyone was telling you guys I never said Argentina in any single tweet until I was replying. How is that a scapegoat?
Because you're an
dude?
American.
How
You're
is
an
that a
American referring to a very specific U.S. constructed, by the way. It was constructed before the war was even over. Mythology used to legitimize imperialism, specifically this idea of South America being this sort of singular Nazi haven, which is why History Channel articles
No
like that.
way! I don't believe South America is ever. United States of America, baby, number one in bringing Nazis
Number
from
one.
Nazi Germany, and not only were they the number one in bringing them, number one in turning a blind eye or helping other countries also do the same. I mean, the United States of America knew all about the rat lines. That's nothing new, man.
They didn't just know about them; they wired
And
them.
certain, yeah, in some instances, yeah, they help set them up. No
so
doubt
you
about
have
it.
a bunch of people. You have a bunch of people angry at you for spreading this stereotype. This stereotype, by the way, which is specifically weaponized against center-left anti-neoliberal politicians in Argentina still
Dude,
today.
I can talk about
Why
the fact that
why can't
I
they
can-
be angry
I-
about that exactly? Like,
I mean, if they want to
when-
be angry about that, that's
like,
really
you
weird to me.
You said to
That's
me, I
really
believe
weird
that
to me.
it was wrong for me to say that this idea that you're spreading is imperialism. Apparently, how is that wrong for me to say that?
How is that imperialism for me to just simply state a historical fact?
Wait, what is he talking about when he says that center-left anti-neoliberal candidates in Argentina, does he mean, are still dealing with that stereotype? So the stereotype being that a lot of the Third Reich fled to Argentina, and that is definitely a trope. I feel like it's not just in the United States either. Doesn't the UK kind of have that trope too about Argentina? But I mean, I can understand. So wait, what is the effect of it? Because people think that, they won't vote for center-left anti-neoliberal candidates? Is it that they don't want to... I didn't know they actually debated. Yeah, kind of. What's up, Lycus? Are Americans really that well aware of these Argentine stereotypes? Almost every American I know probably couldn't find Argentina on a map. We mix Argentina up with Chile. We cannot remember which one is the narrow one that comes like all the way down and which one is the slightly less narrow one that goes like almost all the way down and then has like some little extra bit. What's up with that extra bit? What's up with that? That's a good. Well, I mean, like of all people to ask that question. Anyway, chat. So some of us know Argentina, but like even if we can't find it on a map or can't differentiate it from Chile, which is most often the case, right? We know that they're both down there, but we're like, which one is on what side? It's like there's one that's like in the mountains, and there's like I don't know. It's something, right? You know, that's how Americans think of Argentina and Chile, and but like there is like a thing that we think that like all the extra like Nazis from World War II slipped down to Argentina, right? That is like you see it in movies, you hear it in jokes. It's like a thing. It's definitely like a thing. Allegedly, Matt's recent tweet equated Argentina to the Fourth Reich, but they refused to elaborate on how it did. So I just say it's obvious. But Matt's acting like half of Argentina was actually on his side. And was like, he never said Argentina. He didn't say, he said South America, right?
Well,
That
for one, this idea of there being a special Nazi hate.
And if you're avoiding the show, like L, don't avoid the like button, right? That's amazing. That's an amazing thing to do. Like I said, it's a thumb war between me and the algorithm, and I only have one thumb. But I think all of you have a thumb, and you can use that thumb, or use the finger, or use whatever you want to do. Use a mouse if you want, right? To click that like button and make my thumb stronger, reinforce my thumb with your thumb. Then it'll be a battle of 1,000 thumbs against YouTube's thumbs, and our thumbs will prevail, and they will bring in more thumbs, and everybody will just be thumbs. Aren't thumbs adorable, by the way? Like, I never thought of this, but this is like the cutest part of your body. This is the cutest part of your body. Should we take Discord calls afterwards?
In Argentina.
How many people are in the Discord?
And it comes from before the war ended. It comes directly from the US government. They literally released a book all around the world warning of the threat of the Fourth Reich in Argentina called the Blue Book.
So small streamer thing to do, right?
Right.
Then from that spawned the musical Evita, which basically just spread that idea even more. And that's how Americans got this whole...
I don't know how many Americans are aware of Evita. I mean, I've never seen it. Voice calls yes.
Idea of Argentina.
I mean, most
being
Americans
a singular
have,
Nazi haven.
Most Americans
this
have
is an
no
idea.
idea about any of this. Most Americans, as you can
Except if you're talking about cops when you say thumbs, right, Mixed Secular? Good point.
see
If you
from
ask
the
any
com-
American, what do you know about Argentina? There's like a 50-50 chance.
What does this have to do with Matt? Matt said that... Okay, so let me walk this back again. They're talking about the shotter from Texas, the one that turned out to be a Tim Pool fan, the one that had special symbols of the, you know, the mustache, the evil. I'm trying to say this in a way that will be friendly to YouTube. I think I've already said Nazis. I'm saying Nazis again. I am absolutely burying myself when it comes to being a, you know, sponsor friendly type of stream here. But that's yeah, the shooter, right? And Matt was responding, I think, to an Axios article talking about, and he mentioned South America. And what Bad Empanada is saying is that, like, oh, you got the whole Argentinian like stereotype in your brain. And Matt's like, I'm actually not thinking of Argentina. When I think of South America and I think of the far right, the first thing that comes to my mind is Bolsonaro, right? And there's a lot of far right, you know, people in South America in recent history that have been, you know, in charge of the government, right? That have taken over the government, that have used lawfare to, like, right, so, like, I think I get what Matt's saying. The question is, do you, chat, do you believe Matthew in this? Or do you think that Bad Empanada's right? And he's thinking of Argentina and he's just hiding it. Now BNE is saying that Matt attached History Channel. Yeah, I mean, he did show an image of the History Channel. Or from the History Channel's website page, right? Yeah, he definitely did that.
They'll tell you nothing or Nazis.
They'll tell
That's all they
you.
know.
They'll tell you Messi, baby, and the Argentinian World Cup soccer team. What are you talking
this
about?
This is the
man?
sort of thing that it's weaponized. It's very easy to weaponize too. You think this idea is not weaponized? You think people don't say to like anyone who calls himself
I'll
a terrorist,
tell you,
you're a Nazi.
The most I've heard about Argentina, quite frankly, has been from other South Americans who have had bad experiences with Argentina.
Mm-hmm.
That's honestly the most I hear about Argentina. United States of America doesn't know Argentina outside, again, of their World Cup soccer team. Trust me. No one here talks about Evita or any of that.
There's certainly more than enough cultural osmosis for Americans to know about this Nazi Argentina.
I mean, I agree with Bad Empanada that it is a very common frame of reference for Americans to, to like oversimplify that as being Germany to Argentina.
Stereotype.
And it's like a knowledge bias too, right? And yeah, maybe it's because of Evita. I don't know. I never saw Evita, but it was a pretty popular musical, right, in the 90s, so apparently a lot of people saw Evita. Maybe that has something to do with it.
Which is probably why all of your followers, just with their taken for granted ideas that they receive from this cultural osmosis, got very angry at me, refuting that idea.
But dude, are you claiming that you can't talk about the fact that there were indeed Nazis that escaped to Argentina? Is that what you're claiming?
Let me give you a very apt analogy here.
I mean, but one thing that they didn't escape is the top of the hour ad break, which happens every top of the hour. Whenever that is for Twitch, it decides the top of the hour. It also decides the bottom of the hour. And just like Hassan's streams have a big, long, satisfying top of the hour ad break, mine have 2 ad breaks that are slightly shorter and more bite-sized, I guess, in nature, that you still might want to avoid. And you can avoid that in a number of different ways. One is, if you are one of those people who has Amazon Prime for whatever reason, we're not here to judge. You've also got a free Twitch sub that all you have to do is link your Amazon Prime to your Twitch to employ, to use, to give to your favorite streamer. And if that's me, oh my god, I'm blown away by that, right? Because you only got one of those to give. So I always appreciate Prime sub if anybody's got them out there. Another way to take care of the same issue would be to purchase yourself a $5 subscription. As someone once said, it's only $5, Chad. It's just $5, right? And that's true. It is only $5 apparently on your desktop. It might be a little bit more if you're on your mobile device, right? But that's one way that you can get out of the ad break. The other way, because some people, $5, that's kind of like just not money that I have right now. And I can resonate strongly with that, right? I understand that. So if you're in that situation, fear not. Just continue to be awesome, continue to hang out, do not feel guilty at all, because very likely the more your name comes up without a little Persona 2 icon by, little Persona 2 head by it, the more likely somebody is to choose you as the recipient for a community gift sub, and we appreciate those gift subs very much. All right.
Let's imagine an African-American politician in the USA is corrupt.
Sure.
Do you think it?
Is it a good ad read?
Someone's like, Africans can't be corrupt. That doesn't make any sense. And you decide to respond to that by posting like the Freedom Institute's graph of corruption with African countries at the top. Do you think that would be like a thing to do that makes any sense at all, and that isn't just reinforcing damaging stereotypes about other countries?
But that's not what happened at all. Let's pose this another way. Do you talk about Ukraine at all?
Yeah.
You do. And what do you think about what's going on with the Ukraine
Wow,
with Ukraine.
literally a complete 100% topic change.
I don't know. I don't think BE should say he knows what somebody thinks better than they do. Yeah, it is a little bit of a weird flex, right? I mean, you know what I mean? To be like, oh, I know what you're... It's like a Joseph Joestar move, right? Your next word will be... Your next word will be... Or wait, what is it? He predicts what you're going to say. And then you say it and you go like, Nani? And then he kicks your butt. Something like that. I don't know. I think that's how it works. He kicks your butt. He literally, like... It's like a round kick to your butt.
Well, no, because I'm
Holy shit.
asking. No, it's not, because it's the same thing you just did. You just brought up African American.
Like he's going for your thigh, but at the last second you like turn around because you're scared, and he ends up kicking you in the butt. It's like that kind of kick, yeah.
American president.
like,
No,
of the United
I'm
States.
making
What are you talking about?
an analogy.
And I'm making an
an
analogy.
to what you
I'm
did.
making an analogy.
That's not your-
I'm making an
What
analogy as
you
well.
did.
It's not your Muay Thai stance. Come on, don't go bladed on me.
You talk about Ukraine, right?
What you did is take someone who is a Latin American, completely irrelevant, European or Africa or anything here. What you did is take someone who is a Latin American descended person in the US who did something awful, and to
I hate to defend BE. He's 99% right in what he says, but the problem is his whole personality afterwards. All BE has to say is this stereotype exists, and what you said, whether you meant it to or not, is reinforcing that. Yeah, I mean, God, here's the thing though. I know that nothing that Matt could say is going to change BE's disposition towards him. He's got certain feelings towards the majority report. And even though some people in chat, I see you differentiating at least the communities of the majority report versus Matt Bender, if not, something to be said for the difference in ideology of somebody like Matt Bender versus somebody like Sam Cedar. I don't see like that Empanada ever being any different to him. He came to fight. Is BE a debate, bro? Gosh, what a question. What's Bad Empanada? I don't know. Like, look, if you were to understand him as like just another Vosh, like a more actual left-wing version of Vosh, or something like that, you'd be wrong. He's not quite like that. He definitely likes to debate, though. He likes confrontation. He likes fighting. He likes to have like a foil. So, he's definitely, Look, in as much as I say being a debate bro is about coming from a place of dominance paradigm, sure, Bad Empanada's got some of that in him. Oh, what's up, Matt Bender? Thank you for the follow. We appreciate you. And we appreciate the content that you've lovingly provided us with tonight. So much so that I am about to authorize a shout out to you, Matt Bender, friend of the VOD. I don't know if you remember, we talked like a long time ago. We had a little debate about certain President Franklin Delano Roosevelt. But yeah, that was many years ago. Glad to have you in chat. Here, let me actually... I don't know if I've gotten mods tonight. I might be up past my mod's bedtime here. How do you not still have VIP? Maybe I didn't know how to do VIP back then. I don't know. And then... I said like author... Oh, what's up, Zara? She's talking shit about the mods, but the mods are not sleeping. The mods are awake super late. I appreciate that. Oh wait, somebody already... Okay, there we... Wow. Thank you, whoever... Maybe it was you, Zara. Thank you for giving Matt Bender that much deserved shout out. You remember me! Oh, that's awesome. That means a lot. That's awesome. Well, I haven't seen this entire debate. I gotta be honest. I was just like... I just had the phone on in the background, and it literally like rolled over to your video or to, I don't remember. It was either yours or Bad Empanadas, right? But then I'm just like, wait a minute, is that Bender talking to BE? I mean, this is fireworks in the making. And we aren't disappointed so far. No need to kiss up. Back to the shit talk. Well, okay. That's fair.
Explain
No,
that the fact that a Latin American person can have his ideology. You point to the people in South America. I'm wondering how this would be different to that scenario that I just outlined.
No, because that's not what it was, man. The individual is completely like, maybe, I don't know, maybe because you're from Australia, right? Maybe
Africans can be corrupt, right? It's okay for me to refer to the corrupt Africa stereotype.
What are you talking about, man? No, the difference. No, the equivalent would be if there was some sort of African mass shooter here who was driven by white supremacy or neo-Nazi ideology, and then me pointing to, oh, there is a history in Africa of this. Just look at South Africa. It's the same fucking thing. That's the analogy.
Well,
man.
Actually, the sensical analogy, if you want it to be like that, would be an African American neo-Nazi.
I got you, Matt. I got you.
Doing a mass shooting and then being like, this is somehow due to like this fringe neo-Nazi group in South Africa or something, which would make no sense because it's a fucking African American in the USA who's probably never even been to Africa in his life.
All right, but we are talking about a secondary thing here, and let me get back to my analogy because you keep going back to the shooter and that.
I can't answer that question, can I? I was given a question. Simple question. Is Bad Empanada a debate, bro? I'm so torn on it. What do you think, chat? Let's do a poll. Let's see what I want to know. I want to steal your opinions. Is Bad Empanada? I should put Empanada. Just kidding, Matt. Is Bad Empanada a debate, bro? And our responses are yes, no, and C results. I'll give you a C results. I don't know. Wait. Or should I give you like a true neutral? True neutral. How about that? True neutral is your poll option. Here we go. How many minutes shall I give you? Let's give you 10 minutes. I'm going to give you 10 minutes, okay? 10 minutes. Like 25 channel points for an extra vote. Oh my god. I'm doing the thing where you try to earn money and it's in a pathetic and kind of scuzzy way by allowing you to cheat at the poll. You could cheat at the poll.
That's not what this discussion turned into.
I'm like literally democracy for sale here, right? I'm bypassing the lobbyist. I am your direct line to corruption, NCC, corrupting your late nights with my debate analysis.
Yes, that was the catalyst for this whole conversation that came here in the United States. But the main topic of conversation, by the time I got to it with that...
oh, yeah, good point. I would say he's an essayist. That is what he loves to do. And his main channel, yeah, that's his main channel, right? He gains views and monies with the multiple monies, with his second channel and with the notoriety and time. What you show it is what you are in public.
With that reference to that article was strictly, can Latinos and Hispanics be white
Oh, cringe would have been a good option. You're right, Dweeb Chan. What's up?
supremacists or neo-Nazis?
Welcome to the chat.
But anyway, so you talk about Ukraine, right? And you talk
we're
about
we're not talking about Ukraine.
But you talk about Ukrainian, but we weren't talking about African American presidents.
You think I don't know how this works? It's like, buddy, you love Putin. I know exactly how this works. Putin,
no, I don't think you love Putin. I don't think you love Putin. But you talk about Ukrainian. You talk about Ukrainian neo-Nazis, right? You talk about Ukrainian neo-Nazis, right? I talk about them too, right? They exist, right?
I absolutely would not just randomly refer to like Ukrainian neo-Nazis in a context that's completely
Wait,
removed
what did you
from
write
them
that
for
was
no
bad? I don't know. The auto mods sometimes auto
reason
mods.
whatsoever. No.
If
It's
someone
weird.
of Eastern European background committed a mass shooting here, and they had some sort of background that brought you back there, you would bring up. And in America, liberals started to say, oh, they can't be neo-Nazis. Ukraine is all about no neo-Nazis there. That's Russian imperialist propaganda. You would no doubt about it. And so would I say that's bullshit. You could see that there's a history of Ukrainian Nazis.
There's a bit of an issue here, right? We're talking about Ukrainians, and then we're talking about Ukraine. In this other case, we're talking about a Mexican.
So like Matt's trying to find some common ground. And that's understandable. Being that he's from the Majority Report, yeah, Bad Empanada probably sees him in a certain way, and that's gonna cause him to act in a certain way. Now, I would also say that maybe it also causes him to want to do this debate thing, right? So would this have happened if he really knew where Matt was coming from? Now he's acting like he doesn't care. It's not about that. And there are, I mean, you could understand the wisdom of just saying, yeah, it's a stereotype. Sorry if I was reinforcing it, right? But I don't know. Maybe this is not maybe the atmosphere for that kind of thing. I don't know. Like, look, I mean, I would probably say it. I mean, assuming like he's sort of okay with that, but I don't think it would necessarily solve anything with Bad Empanada is what I'm saying, right? At this point, Bad Empanada is invested in this, and he's not going to get that Majority Report taste out of his mouth until, his debate bloodlust is satisfied, right? So you're not exactly getting Bad Empanada out of your hair by doing that. I feel like Matt has a prejudice over BE too. Does he know Bad Empanada? Like, has Bad Empanada's reputation preceded him in some way? Or, because okay, you're right that he does know a little. He does seem to he knows how to try to find common ground, or at least he has some idea of an issue that they agree on. So it's not like he doesn't know about him at all. He said he was warned by people. Yeah, I mean, that's entirely possible. Look, I mean, I don't know. I don't know who I don't know who he's hanging out with these days. I mean, I guess like right, leftist mafia kind of people. I'm trying to think of who would warn Matt Bender about Bad Empanada. Definitely anybody from the Vosh network. So would Lance and Bad Empanada, they don't. Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. Lance actually did catch a couple of strays after the stream from Bad Empanada. They ended up talking about Lance, maybe by way of leftist mafia, maybe something like that. I don't know.
And then we're talking about South America.
No, because there was a whole conversation. There was a whole conversation about Latinos and Hispanics all together. That was a conversation.
That's an American idea, which makes
and that's what and that's what I'm talking about, man. Maybe that's where there's some sort of misunderstanding or language barrier. I think
the misunderstanding. There's no misunderstanding. Like you were referring to a stereotype that is used.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so this is more background from Monup. I hope I'm pronouncing Monope. Are any of those the right pronunciation of your name? I hope so. So we're getting new information here. BE was friends with Michael Brooks, so he thought at one point BE must have been less awful. I mean, at one point he was just like a video essayist, right? And he didn't have really that much of a reputation, like good or bad. He was just, you know, the guy that made the video essays that you might have seen, right? It's kind of like me in a way, right? I was the boring panel host for so long before I became the controversial figure you see before you today, right? So
constantly to
It's not
legitimize
a
imperialism
stereotype,
against
man.
Argentina. It
And when
absolutely
you,
is a
it's not a
stereotype.
stereotype. It's a
You're telling
historical fact, dude.
it's
It
not
happened.
okay. You're okay. It's a historical fact then when all of your followers respond to me being like, you know, all Argentines have German surnames. Like, why is your father a Nazi? Things like that. It's not a stereotype. 200 Nazi war criminals in Argentina. That is not a stereotype. It's actually true. Like, you're not going to convince me that these people know anything about what they're talking about. That they're basing any of this on historical facts.
I never threw down any number or anything.
It's obviously a stereotype. Like, I have fucking academic articles right here, fucking ready to go, fucking fully torqued.
they're torqued. God, that's what I always forget with my academic articles, is I forget to torque them. There's even an option in oh my god, what is it called? You know that program that you feed your articles to and then it spits out citations for you, and it's really nice because you don't have to like look up to be like, okay, what are we in are we in Chicago style for this one? How are we gonna cite this? We're gonna use Chicago style. We're gonna use APA to cite this. What are we doing here? Right? What is that Mendeley? Yeah. You have to get them torqued in your Mendeley. There's a torque option. You right click the specific academic study, and then you scroll down to torque to get it torqued up and ready to go.
Fucking massive hard-ons here, ready to go about this stereotype. Specifically in the US and how it came to be.
So
it's
maybe you should
a
have
real
found
thing
someone...
that
Wait, wasn't the shooter American? I think so. I read that he was Hispanic, but I fail to see how South America is relevant. Yeah, that's a good point, right? So like, I mean, we got like a couple of tweets, but I couldn't like find my way to the original, because obviously there's some tweets where like where does he say the South America thing, right? And yeah, that, I mean, like, that's like it feels like, I don't know. He's looking for a frame of reference that that his audience will recognize. And that's the frame of reference, unfortunately. Yeah, wait, 3-3? 3-3 of whether Bad Empanada is a debate bro or not, right? In some way, Bad Empanada sounds like he's being super defensive. I just don't... What I don't see, though, is, like, calling out Bender this hard, right? Is, like, you could just, like, leave it at, hey, when you're looking for a frame of reference, be careful you're not... Because, like, this is what happened, is he pissed off some Argentine people, right? What he posted pissed off Argentine people who read it and were like, oh, it's this thing again. Yeah, you're using the frame of reference. And like it's, I can understand them being upset with that. I don't see, like, I don't see that much of a, like, this doesn't seem like a juicy debate topic, even though obviously it is. They massively disagree. They're going at each other's throats. This is blood sports. But it feels like all it is like Matt looks for a frame of reference, uses it, finds out from Argentinian Twitter that maybe some people really don't appreciate that, and could have probably just been like, okay, you're right, I'm sorry. Like, I don't know. I'm not telling Matt what to do, right? I'm just saying what I could have seen myself doing, being in that situation, right? And like, I don't get the feeling that he was just like super committed to this, but at the same time, like, right, so those of you who are upset with Bad Empanada for like coming at him like he is Vosh, right? I'm with you too, okay? That's where I'm at, is that I don't see why this is that much of a, like, this is like, I don't know. I don't know why.
This, or there wouldn't be articles about it.
Okay, and the fact that Nazis
You forgot to vote? You were sleeping on it?
went to Germany also is, I mean, Nazis from Germany went to.
It's because loads of people call BE a Nazi for moving to Argentina. Oh, wait. I mean, what? Really?
Argentina and other South.
Oh, the idea being that if you think that Argentina is like literally like mostly Nazis, then you would think that a Nazi would want to live there. And okay. And Bad Empanadas from Australia, and Australia is kind of famous for its far right now. I don't think it was as famous for its far right when Bad Empanada left Australia, though.
American countries obviously happened too. Otherwise, there wouldn't be articles about it. I mean, what are you talking about?
We're not specifically talking about did Nazis go to Argentina or did they go anywhere else. We're talking about a specific stereotype, the one that your History Channel article specifically references.
I didn't even link to any fucking article, man. I didn't link to any article. I used a fucking screenshot.
Of an article.
Yeah, because the whole point was just to point out that
he was like, okay, and this is also exposing the difference in how they use Twitter, right? Like Matt's there a lot, but he's kind of there to have fun. And like, he's not posting this like, hey, yo, check out the History Channel. It's a really good source. This is an authoritative source. I want you all to see the very best source for information when it comes to history. The History Channel website. No, I don't think that's what Matt was trying to say. And, but to Bad Empanada, I think he's used to more of that kind of like, at least with the issues. I mean, not that Bad Empanada's not silly. Bad Empanada is plenty silly. But he keeps his silly in one cup, and he keeps his serious in another cup. And he doesn't mix them together. So it's like a little bit of a conflict of posters, right? It's two different styles of posting. From two different famous, two different posters with two different styles of posting. That's what we got. Twitter is a cesspool. Did he leave Australia? If so, we can disown him. He left Australia. Yeah, he definitely did. People say that all the time. I can see the misunderstanding. That's pretty ridiculous. Yeah. I mean, like, this is the thing, is that, like, I am totally understanding of the Bad Empanada's point that there is a harm for using. Oh my God, I don't know though. It's so confusing because, right, you do have to remember he didn't say Argentina. He did talk about Argentina later in the comments, right? But he said South America, and Bad Empanada's like, that is shorthand for Argentina. And Matt's like, well, Brazil, Bolsonaro, right? And so the question is, do you buy that? I mean, is Bad Empanada right? Is the South America thing like, no, you're going for Argentina there, right? Because that's the whole thing that makes this a little bit like, that's where that is how narrow the controversy is in this, right? I don't know. To me, it feels like it could be an exchange of information rather than a debate, and maybe that would have been better. I don't know. Obviously, there'd be less eyes on it. People are less interested in something that is not a knockdown, drag-out blood sports debate. But I just don't see how it really needs this kind of confrontation. I don't know.
Yeah, there's a history of Nazis and white supremacy in South America and Latin America. You were foaming at the mouth for some content that you saw somebody post that
and read
100 things into it. What are you talking about? You're the one sitting there prepared apparently dozens of academic articles, and I just threw up the stream right now.
if you don't like, yeah, like I don't know why you are like bragging about not knowing what you're talking about. That's not a good thing.
I summarized the drama pretty well right now.
I never said I don't know what to talk about. I said I didn't need to prepare for this.
Haven't prepared anything. This is like kind of a thing that people do when they're not.
You just have academic articles ready to go 24/7.
Yeah, yeah.
You just have academic.
Matt Bender is having he's literally eating popcorn.
I've researched these things before.
24/7. All right, that's cool. Good. Let's bring them up then.
I read
bring them
things.
Out. Bring them out. I read things too, man. I read things too.
So, you're trying to tell me it's not a stereotype? Like this idea of like Nazi Argentina, this is not a stereotype in the American psyche. It's not a thing. Is that like a correct assessment of what you're telling me?
Well, there's a history of, of obviously American propaganda for all sorts of different countries. And for Argentina, one of them is the United States of America pushed that it was a Nazi haven, sure, because there is some truth into propaganda at times, absolutely.
So they pushed it because there's some truth in the propaganda, right? There's also some truth in the fact that African governments tend to be corrupt.
Oh, without a doubt, they are corrupt.
That randomly for no reason.
Of course,
in a very clearly problematic context that legitimizes imperialism.
No, but how does it legitimize imperialism to bring up historical fact? I don't understand. I don't understand.
He's a cola addict.
And how does it legitimize imperialism? How does it legitimize imperialism for me to say, okay, so Perón invited like 200 Nazis into Argentina.
Just 200?
Perón was a Nazi. Yes, 200. Ergo, Perón was a Nazi.
Oh,
people who call themselves Peronists are also Nazis. Ergo, the primary center-left force in Argentina are Nazis, and we should all hate them. That's how this logic works. It's how it's employed. It's very common. You've never heard of this before?
No, of course I have. But the idea, what makes you think that the guy who helped bring in Nazis from Germany after World War II didn't have Nazi sympathies and feel for these people?
Do you think that like the people in, let's say, hypothetically, because Perón was a very FDR-like leader. Obviously, FDR died before the war was over. But
FDR,
what happened in the US would happen if he was still the president afterwards.
Sure.
But let's say, hypothetically, FDR had survived the war. He was the one who happened to be in power when the US invited all the Nazis. Did that make him a Nazi?
Yeah, I would say if he brought in Nazis, it would have been really bad for him. Yeah, I think we could
ideologically
said he was
there's a difference between it being bad and it being
Truman. Wait, am I right? Was it Truman? Oh my god, I don't have my dates super straight. Victory in Europe. Did that happen during the lifetime of FDR, or was Truman in charge at the time? Is this a hypothetical? I've heard Argentina harbored Nazis after World War II. I have not heard that Argentina has a current problem with Nazis. Popcorn does sound really good right now, Riveroon.
Nazi.
Oh yeah,
because the thing is, when we're talking about like a politician and their ideology, especially a politician like FDR or Juan Domingo Perón, people who are in power for quite a long time. I think FDR was like 12 years, Perón like 9 years, at least the first term. You can look at what they actually did. You don't specifically need to infer things from, like their sympathies or whatever. So you can look at what they actually did and judge off their policies, their politics as implemented in practice, given the fact that they were actually in, heads of state. You can look at that and you can judge whether they're Nazi or not. So given, Perón was very much in his economic policy, pretty much like FDR, social policy like any other, white guy in power at the time.
Perón was not
like FDR.
You're trying to push forward that Perón was some sort of progressive hero. Is that really what you're trying to do?
Okay, can you explain like with some sort of reference to something that he actually did? Like, what do you mean by progressive hero? Was FDR a progressive hero?
Well, I would say for some people he is, and some people he isn't. I mean, he did
economically, sure.
He was
compared to what there was before.
Sure.
So, how is it wrong? Perón was not economically progressive compared to what there was before.
Well, sure, yeah, but just because you're economically progressive doesn't mean you're just
exactly. FDR was also a racist.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's right.
So
So
Like, do you
what?
think?
What are you trying to say? See, I
I'm
don't. I
trying to
think,
say.
like, I think you think I'm somebody else. That's the problem here, because I got no problem
I
saying that
think
FDR
that you.
was without a doubt a racist. FDR was without a doubt
Uh-huh.
very had.
Yes. The point
Go
is
ahead.
that I'm not trying to deal.
Oh my God, the one question I want to hear him answer is, do you think that FDR was acting to save capitalism or was acting with any sort of designs that transcending capitalism? Because that is a question people will ask. The basic question is, was FDR truly a class traitor? That is the official answer that you'll get in like a high school history book. You know, if they analyze it that deep, they're going to present FDR as somebody who woke up to the problems in capitalism. There's another interpretation of FDR as the caretaker of capitalism through a moment which could have been, and you know, based on who he had to accept for his vice president in Wallace, in some ways, you know, there was a real threat of of you know, socialism wasn't as far off of an idea as it has been since, let's just say. And that he acted as in the savior of capitalism, right? There's different. Oh, what's up, Jesse? Good to see you. Yo, 2 members of the leftist mafia in one night. What is up? I am up past my bedtime. I don't know. This used to be my slot, chat. If you don't know, if you're not from the old days of NCC, then yeah, like I used to be a late night streamer for a really, really long time. And then I changed for a number of reasons. Yeah, everybody go follow Jesse Gender. And if you haven't already, follow Matt Bender. I think I told you to follow Matt Bender. You know to follow Matt Bender, don't you? I think you know that, right? But yeah, meow, Jesse. I just don't get why BE is so determined to see President Matt Bender as some kind of Voshite lib type. It's because of how he thinks of the Majority Report, I think. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if he does, like, look, I could find a connection, right? The connection between Bender and Vosh would be Dylan Burns, but I don't think that Bender's ever done any content with Vosh, and I've only seen him do content with Dylan like once or twice. So everyone is in NC. I mean, it's a cool place to be tonight. It's the hangout zone. To watch me drink one drink, which is way more than I drink normally, and try to analyze a debate in that state. Oh my God, did I mean for it to rhyme? I don't think so.
Legitimize FDR here. I'm not trying to attack FDR. I'm drawing a comparison.
Yo, I straight up attacked FDR though.
Juan Domingo Perón, who are very
And
similar.
like I said, I don't have a special like hatred for FDR among presidents or anything like that. I just wanted to make a point, right? I just wanted to make a point that because of my political awakening, being that I recognized that there was no way that leverage that the working class has was going to be improved relative to the wealthy, relative to the capital class, under anything that is like New Deal or less like vigorous in terms of interventions with the market, right? That I knew at that moment, like when you look at the whole arc of things, right, from the Great Depression to the New Deal, and then you know the whole circle between that and like Reagan, right? The relationship between your FDR and your Reagan, the way that they function almost like off and on switches for a kind of golden age, a kind of worship of capitalism, a kind of pro-capitalist government that is how the wealthy like to run things when they feel well in control, versus the way that the wealthy run things when they feel that control slipping, which is FDR, right? I saw them as two sides of the same coin. Now, that's not fair. Obviously, I don't think that FDR is as bad as Reagan, right? But I do think that moving past that duality is not just a good idea, it's an imperative. It's a bare minimum. It like we won't survive without that. So I mean, yeah, so I had a special thing, a special reason to kind of dog FDR that night.
In terms of what they actually did.
Okay. All right. So, are you trying to say? What are you trying to say?
God, I am just like stunlock after stunlock.
What I'm trying to say is that
Sure.
this guy, due to his sort of anti-American, anti-imperialist stance and the fact that he was the first politician to ever draw his base from the working class and take some sort of action against the landowning Spanish oligarchy, the fact that he also, after that, took in a few hundred Nazi war criminals, most of whom he had no knowledge of. Most of what he
there
took
were a lot
was, for
more than
example,
a few
similar to
hundred.
paper. In terms of war criminals, there's 180.
That was based on an Argentinian council. In
It
the
was
late
based
90s, right?
on. It was based on a 2003 was the last revised report. 2003, essentially a convention of historians from Germany, Argentina, the US, pretty much everywhere, who made a list of 180 confirmed Nazi war criminals who entered Argentina in various capacities. Most of them were actually Croatian, not German.
Sure. Okay.
So,
the Nazis, nonetheless, though. I don't really care
and
whether
then
they're
there were,
from Germany or not.
Yes. And then there were also scientists, whatever.
Right. Just like the U.S. Right.
Like this was a transatlantic, transnational network. Pretty much every single country that had aspirations to like be something after the war did this.
Oh,
including the
I get it.
Soviet Union.
You're separate. You're saying specifically 100. What did you say? 158 war criminals. So the other thousands of Nazis that came in, 180 war criminals. The other
well,
Nazis
there were about
came in
20,000 about 20,000 Germans post-war who settled in Argentina, and about 80,000 more who passed through the country to a different.
Hey V, I hope you're doing okay. Everybody wish V like an awesome recovery. Meow.
Different final destination.
Okay.
Compared to the US, that is quite.
I saw that.
amount.
I saw that an Argentinian researcher recently, I think like in the past 3 years ago, I think it was, discovered a list of 12,000.
I'm so happy that you mentioned that. So that's a pre-war list. That's a pre-war list from the 1930s. The reason that we have that list was actually seized by the government when they raided a Nazi Party of Germany. What do you call them in English?
So let me just get this. Let me just get. Okay, so continue. Go ahead. Finish what you're saying. I don't want to interrupt.
So that list is of Nazi Party of Germany members from the pre-war German migrant community in Argentina. Right? It's not Nazis from Germany who escaped. And the reason that we have that list is because the government at the time raided their offices and seized it.
Okay, so so you're saying to me that there weren't that many Nazis in Germany because the Nazis excuse me, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Thank you for pointing it out. That there weren't that many Nazis in Argentina because they got there before the war ended.
What I'm saying is that's irrelevant to what we're talking about, which is post-war Nazi.
No, what we're talking about.
Right?
It really does not seem like Matt came to fight. It seems like Matt came with every intention of finding common ground. Now they're not gonna agree on Perón here. Good night, Cryptid Mage. Thanks for stopping by. Meow. Everybody go follow Cryptid Mage if you are not already.
talking
No,
about.
we're talking about
What you're
Nazis.
talking about
We're
is the
talking
pre-war
about
German
Nazis.
migrant community.
We're talking about
You're talking
Nazis.
about something completely different. If you want to talk about like pre-war Nazi German migrant communities, every single country had those. The U.S. had the biggest. The U.S. had
Right.
a rally of 30,000 Nazis
Yeah, I
in
know. We had
Madison
riots
Square
in Madison Square
Garden.
Garden. I'm in New York City,
1939.
baby. I know all about it. I don't deny it. I don't deny it. I don't deny
Argentina
it.
is a Nazi haven because
No, I didn't
the
say
Nazis agitated among German immigrants in the 1930s. That's a very different claim to what we were talking about before. Which
Dude,
was
they held Nazi rallies in Argentina.
Nazis
They
fleeing to
held
Argentina
just like here in the U.S. They held Nazi rallies
do you know
in
who-
Argentina.
Yeah, there was a Nazi rally in Argentina held at the Jockey Club as well. That is the equivalent of Madison Square Garden in Buenos Aires. Do you know who supported that? Do you know
Go
who
ahead,
attended
tell me.
that?
Sure,
The
go ahead.
same oligarchs who the U.S. then supported
Dude,
who then
Yeah.
supported and smeared Peron with the Nazi label. Isn't that great?
Okay, sure. Why do you keep acting like I'm going to defend the United States? That's just terrible,
Because
dude.
the entire
why
the
don't
entire
you?
reason
Why
that I
don't
want
you
to have
also?
this conversation?
But why can't you just say like why like that the whole conversation is really weird to me because and this was the same thing I was experiencing with Argentinian people too, like sending me like video like images of like 9/11 and all sorts of American neo-Nazis and stuff. Hell yeah,
9/11 was
man.
really good.
The United States is horrible, dude. They are the number one importer exporter of white supremacy and neo-Nazism. I'm just saying it's super weird to me. It's super weird to me that when I just simply point out historical fact that Nazis were indeed all over the world, including South America, the
that's
only
the thing.
people.
The reason why people
see,
get
that's
angry
where I get
at that
weird.
is
That's why I
because
get
there's
weird
a
about it. That's
specific stereotype. You know, people. There's
there's
no
plenty
specific stereotype about like the couple thousand Nazis who went to Australia. There's no specific stereotype about the hundreds of Nazis who went to New Zealand. There's no specific stereotype about the thousands upon thousands of Nazi collaborators in France. The stereotype is Argentina.
All those articles?
That's why when people
articles
see you posting that, they get angry.
All the articles you can find online all say South America, South America. Even the various different Jewish groups that I've read that are all from
That's
South America.
That's precisely the point.
Because they're specifically talking about
focus.
No, it's not a focus. Yeah, there's a focus on South American Nazis when they're talking about South America. That's it, buddy.
You aren't talking about South America, though.
We were talking about Latino and Hispanic.
I'm trying to explain to you why those people got angry at you. Because
to me, I've learned
stereotype that of Argentina being like a singular special Nazi haven, and you're not going to tell me that you've never heard of this before. There's no fucking way. Have you ever watched the History Channel? It's impossible. They run reruns of that shit every fucking day.
I actually don't watch the History Channel.
Stereotype. We had a terrible childhood, but there is a specific stereotype emanating from the USA, which originates in the wartime US with the ambassador to Argentina creating this idea of like Argentina planning to harbor the Fourth Reich and create like the resurgent Nazi empire post-war. And from
they named a ski field after a Nazi that came. Oh my god!
That this stereotype, which eventually led to stuff like the Evita musical and stuff like that, spread throughout the consciousness of Americans, and it created this idea of Argentina as this singular sort of Nazi haven. So when I and many others saw you posting that, right, that's what we think of.
Okay. All right. I mean,
so that's why Argentines get angry
at
you.
Up,
because
FTW?
for one, it is true, obviously, that there were Nazis in Argentina. It's true that there were Nazis in many countries, but it's specifically because it's literally a fucking History Channel article. Come on, it's referring to the stereotype using
it's
like
not a fucking
insane
stereotype if it happened, man. I mean, this is so ridiculous.
There were not. Hitler did not come to Argentina.
No, I never said Hitler. See, you're now trying to put words in my mouth.
That's
Hitler
the stereotype, though. The stereotype
not. Everyone
is like
knows that's ridiculous.
It takes a grain of truth and exaggerates it to an absurd degree in order to deflect.
No. But you are using the absurdity of Hitler escaping Germany right now. But that's not what you brought up before.
I brought that up. I brought that up as an example of how the stereotype operates. Like the reason why this idea of Hitler escaping to Argentina, right, rather than, for example, Hitler escaping to the US, which at least numerically, like by percentage, would make more sense, The reason why there's that idea of like Hitler escaping to Argentina and all of that is because of that stereotype created
All right,
and
but you were
spread
now,
by
you were
the
now,
okay.
you were now trying to conflate a wild
I
conspiracy.
kind of get how this started now. Like so this is Mike Solana posting the rise of white nationalist Hispanics, and Matt Binder responds with, yeah, you don't even have to open a history book. There's history websites. Wait, I don't understand. There's history websites now, and then so I get that he's not like super committed. He's not like being like, yeah, History Channel, awesome source, but it's just like I think he's trying to say this is common knowledge. But yeah, so this is where it goes into South America, and I mean, yeah, that wasn't what was being talked about. And I can get why that like frame of reference. Although I'm not using this because this is, I guess, a way to, something that people will be familiar with, but at the same time, like there's a reason why we're familiar with that rather than, other places that the Nazis went post-war. Anyway.
Theory with actual true
I'm
facts.
not conflating
Nazis,
anything. I'm using that
Nazis
as an
went
example.
Okay, I don't listen, dude.
The stereotype existing, basically.
But if it's a historical fact that Nazis did indeed,
yeah. Did he say that he used to watch the History Channel?
Escape.
Need a soda break. I need one too.
Germany, and even before that, left Germany or wherever they were, Croatia, wherever you said most of them came from. Nazis in Europe came over to South America, and and we are talking in the context of this discourse that was going on of whether Latino and Hispanic people can be Nazis and white supremacists. Then I think it's very relevant to bring up just a basic historical fact that, I mean, yeah, there's a history of Nazis and white supremacy in Argentina, in Chile, in Brazil, in Uruguay, in Paraguay, in you name it. It's all over the place. And that's all that this was. And if a bunch of Argentinian people got upset about it, either they misunderstood me, which that sucks, or I saw a lot of right-wing Argentinian people also going at me. They're trying to deny their history.
They wouldn't
which to
go
me
at
is a
you.
problem.
They love that. They love that. They love that. They say that Perón did it. Every 2 weeks they print a new article about that. They absolutely love it.
Well, there was a few people who were denying it who definitely were right-wingers, sharing all sorts of far right-wing memes, and they were telling me that that never happened. Again, this is a very small internet portion of the community. But I mean, in the same sense, I heard from people from Mexico, people from Chile, people from Bolivia, people from Peru, all bring to me their experience and them saying, yeah, there's white supremacy and neo-Nazis here, 100%. And then also bring up how weird they thought it was that the only people who had a problem with it was Argentinians, who they say they experience racism from all the time in their home countries.
So you think it's weird that Argentines have a problem with you spreading this?
No, I think it's a
historical
combination.
stereotype of Argentina as like this special Nazi haven. That's what people are angry about. It's not this
Mm-hmm.
idea that Nazis went to Argentina at all. Obviously, they did. It's this idea that Argentina is this special Nazi haven.
But I never called it a special Nazi haven. I posted literally a headline that said South America was a Nazi haven. Okay. Wasn't even a special Nazi haven. Wasn't even the Nazi haven.
History Channel article.
Yeah, and you just said it was great. You loved watching. You said you loved watching History Channel. That's why I didn't share the article, dude. I just posted
when I
the
was
screenshot of the
11 years old. I thought
well,
it was
you just said how great it was. I'm the one who told
aliens.
you. I'm the one who told you I didn't watch it at all, and I don't know what to tell you, man. You told me how great it was just now. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. This is sort of like a silly conversation because I agree with you with everything you're going to say about America, and how
it's not. I'm not complaining about America. I'm not saying America is bad here. I'm not just saying that. I'm saying that you could make that point, for one, in a way that makes a lot more sense, and for two, without referring to a myth that is constantly used to legitimize imperialism against Argentina.
How do you bring up
I think
neo-Nazi?
challenging
How
it
do
makes
you
it
bring
better.
up Nazis in South America without you claiming it's going to be some sort of imperialism? I mean,
Why
how do you?
bring up Nazis in South America in
I
that
just
context at
told
all?
you, dude, because the context was talking about they were bringing up how there is a rise in in white supremacy and Nazism within Latino
Mm-hmm.
and Hispanic communities, and people were denying that could be possible. So I simply
Right.
showed some historical context in terms of how South American countries, all the way back in the 1940s and before that even, but let's stick with post World War II, were welcoming Nazis from Germany and elsewhere in Europe to come to their countries and find a safe haven, just like it was also happening elsewhere.
Okay. So Mexico is in North America.
Right, but we
But
were.
apart from that, the
Are you
explanation.
Are you
for
saying? Are
the
you going to argue that
explanation-
Mexican people wouldn't consider them part of the broader Latino or Hispanic
You said
community?
South America. I don't think most people consider themselves part of a Latino or Hispanic community in Latin America, no. But apart from that, if you want to explain Latino neo-Nazis, specifically brown-skinned Latino neo-Nazis,
I mean, half
in the
half of
US,
my
my
family.
God.
Half of my
there are
family.
much better ways to do that. For example, you can refer to the fact that the reason why these people exist now is because
All right,
they're
now
all
you're
radicalized
now,
on the
now,
internet,
well,
where
now,
no
but
one
this
sees
is,
them and they don't
but,
see each other.
But now you're like tone policing. Now you're going, oh no, you didn't say
I-
things exactly
I
how I wanted you to
absolutely
say.
am tone policing you because
that's
you're
so
spreading
weird.
a damaging myth used to legitimize imperialism. You literally
Okay,
in
so
this
do
country,
you
like,
do you talk
in-
about?
if
Do you talk
if
about?
you talk in
do
English
you-
about voting for like some fucking center left Biden-esque like fucking lesser evil.
I don't tell
Peronist
anybody to vote
candidate,
for. I don't tell anybody to vote for anybody. You
it's
must
just
be
it's just
confusing
an
me with someone
example.
else.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm not accusing
So
you of anything.
here's an
Here
example.
in this, I'm trying to give you an example.
Is this really tone policing though? Like, do you think that he was looking for something else here? He was like reaching for a word and he grabbed tone policing and like, right? Because it doesn't seem like tone policing to me. Does it? Anybody get that? Nice top, thank you. Apparently, as a kid, if you didn't watch the History Channel, you had a bad childhood. That is what he said. That is definitely what he said. There's a huge community of Swiss, German, and Austrian in Patagonia. Also, a huge European style ski resort in Baralush. Oh my god, I gotta like stop myself from trying to read Spanish in chat because I know I'll take way too long answering. And you don't want to hear like the terrible way I pronounce things in Spanish. It's bad. Americans think that everyone in the South is of the Rio Grande are a monolith. Yeah, you're not wrong. You have an IPA soda? Wait, what is that? Like, I didn't know that I could make a soda out of IPA. Like, there was a good video by Bothered Boy about white supremacist Latin American. I feel like I saw that. I feel like I watched something by Bothered Boy recently. Where does Central America start? Yosiel says Panama.
Example of how this narrative is used to legitimize essentially imperialism against Argentina. You mentioned like, you vote for like the lesser evil in Argentina, which is pretty much always the Peronist, and you get called a Nazi by Americans. And
I've never.
the reason
That must
why
be
that
really
happens is because of
specific
this
because most
stereotype.
Americans have no idea, dude. I mean, you could say the same about people who vote for Democrats when there's a history of the KKK and literal former Ku Klux Klan Grand Wizards being Democrats or whatever. I mean, you could say the same thing here.
The only person who does that is fucking Dinesh D'Souza, because obviously we're taught, there was no like
Yeah, that's what I'm getting
Democrat
at, buddy.
Republican
That's
shift
what I'm getting at.
in
I'm talking about
Argentina.
how if you can't just like come to the historical fact that we could say that there were Nazis
We're not talking
in
about
South America
base
or
historical facts here.
Argentina, but we are though, because
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out where Bad Empanada is coming from here, right? He's saying that modern day, like, you know, the best, the kind of like the best you can do left parties, as far as electoral politics go in South America, are have like a trace a lineage back, or at least, sorry, in not South America, in Argentina specifically, sort of trace their lineage back to Perón, and that the combination of the trope of the, you know, of Argentina being this like unique haven for not neo-Nazis, but like Nazis, and the conception of Perón's like friendliness, you know, being in some way like, you know, given to like fascist sympathies himself, allows and facilitates imperialism, and is used as a justification not to vote for like those kind of social democrat parties. Is that what Bad Empanada is saying? How's the debate going? It's weird. I'm trying to figure out what Bad Empanada is even saying here. Do you think I got that right, Chad? Is that what?
that's what you have a problem with. You're saying I shouldn't bring it up.
Problem
because
isn't with
it's
the historical
imperialism.
facts.
I've just never heard like this idea that Americans A, know about Perón, and B, like judge Argentina's like left parties by their association with Perón. Am I wrong? Maybe I'm just not, maybe I'm an intellectual lightweight here and I just don't know what I'm talking about. EU and Asia, North America, Canada, USA, Central. I'm the referee between Matt and B, I guess. I'm just trying to figure out what B's exactly saying here.
It's one thing to talk about this, you know.
Like, I mean, if he says that there's a weird, that Americans hang like post-war Nazi exodus onto Argentina in a way that's not like in line with the it's like as being the best example of that, right? As being the biggest occurrence of that. He's right. That is a trope. That is definitely a trope in the US. But yeah, I don't think Americans know about Perón or have the associate. I don't know where he's getting this though. Like, I'm just wondering, if am I missing something? Is this a discourse that I'm just not privy to?
Honestly, or whatever, within the context. It's not that you just randomly bring up this myth to get a simple little gotcha on some right-wing account on Twitter.
No,
like,
but
the
I
entire
think
reason why people get pissed off at you is because they're sick of seeing this sort of stereotype being used against them.
the only people who got pissed at me were a bunch of Argentinians, and that's a huge tell to me. When I
Why
hear
wouldn't
the
they
rest,
get pissed at you?
when I hear the rest of,
It's a huge tell to you.
I
Why
mean,
wouldn't they get pissed at you?
why didn't
Is-
any
is-
other
is it a
why
huge
didn't why didn't any of the other people in South American countries, because again the article said South America, why did no one else
there's
get angry
there's
about it?
not any sort of cultural stereotype that this is what they are.
In Brazil, there's no
like,
cultural
there is
stereotype about Brazil.
There is absolutely no stereotype among Americans, among foreigners, that Brazil is a special Nazi haven. You're not going to tell me where's the musical about Brazil? Where's
Oh
the
my God, you're so
where's the
obsessed
US
with this
State
musical,
Department?
dude. You're obsessed
Where's
with the
the
musical,
US
man.
Yeah, it's an incredibly fucking well-known musical.
He's gonna no. I imagine he just like starts talking about the singing and the songwriting and like just like describing. He's like, it's so you've never seen Evita. It's an experience. Like starts arguing for Evita, but no, like he's just saying that he doesn't believe that, you know, that anybody could be ignorant of this trope, right? And it is really pervasive. That much is true.
that had a massive cultural effect. It's basically, if Americans know about Argentina, half the time it's because of the fucking musical.
The fact that
half the time it's from the New York Times articles about it.
The
like
fact
you're
that
essentially trying to discount something that is so well known that there's like an entire academic literature about it, like American cultural perceptions of Argentina.
Dude, the fact that there is such a major discourse going on in this country about how people of Hispanic or Latino origin could not be white supremacists or Nazis should tell you that, in fact, that there's not such, at least in modern day American culture, not such a big stereotype. When did that Evita musical come out? No one even talks about it anymore.
Talking about Argentina here, not about American culture and American
you are
Nazis.
talking about Argentina again.
X-Men Origins. That's another great one. X-Men Origins. Like I believe the opening scene of that movie is like a mutant Nazi hunter in Argentina in Villa Gesell, which is a beach resort town, but for some reason it's in the Andes.
Well, yeah,
so it is a very well-known cultural stereotype about Argentina in the US, and it's very damaging. It's employed fairly often by the American media to like drum up hatred of the Argentine center left.
But that's also another historical.
Because there's not any.
It's used by American media to drum up hatred against the center left in Argentina? Where is he getting this? Like, where is this happening? Is anybody to tell me that this is happening? I don't see Americans. If Americans are sus of like the anything left in another country, it's because they're like anti-communist, like brainwormed, like right-wingers, right? There's definitely that, but like this whole thing about being like hearing about the center left, like oh my god, like Americans barely distinguish the right and left in South America, let alone like the center left or anything like that. I don't know where he's getting this. Like he's very convinced of it though. Like is there something I'm missing? Does this exist? I've never heard anybody in America specifically be like, that center left in Brazil, they're just not very trustworthy. I mean, like they are descendant from the lineage of Perón, and about Perón. Like I never hear this from any single American. I've never heard an American like go off on Perón, go off on the center left. Like, what would they be doing? Be saying that like what this country needs is revolution? Would that be the alternative? Like that like none of these parties are like what do you think America like I don't understand the argument that he's making, and it makes me a little nervous to like, cast an opinion on this, given that I'm not entirely sure where Bad Empanada's coming from. Like I don't recognize his frame of reference. That doesn't mean it's not real. Like, right? Just because I haven't heard of it doesn't mean it's not real. That's why it doesn't make any sense to bring up South America at all. Yeah, I mean, that's true. That's true. I agree with that. I agree. And I don't really think that it's that, like, I feel like if you get a big reaction from a lot of people in Argentina, like, it should be a sign that like you're doing something that is like unhelpful, right? I'm hanging up on this Bad Empanada thing because it's like, because I just don't understand what he's saying. I haven't heard Americans, have these points of view that he's ascribing, other than obviously the point of view of like, where did all the Nazis go after World War II? Oh yes, they went to Argentina, and only Argentina. That is a trope. That is legitimately a trope. But this other stuff about Perón, is he talking about in academia? Maybe that's it. Maybe that's what I'm missing, right? Maybe it's a common conception of academics. I'd say it's to the power of identity, especially as a signifier of power. He tries to not deny he's referring to the stereotype around Nazis in Argentina, but then he said it was true. Yeah. Wait, he said he's talking. That was the one like substantial disagreement they had was Perón. I think, like, right, that they definitely do not see eye to eye on Perón.
Sort of cultural stereotype that this is what they are.
But
In Brazil,
I feel like as an American, Matt is rare in even like knowing anything of Perón.
there's no cultural stereotype about Brazil.
There is absolutely no stereotype among Americans, among foreigners, that Brazil is a special Nazi haven.
I mean, and I see what he's saying here, right? So Brazil, even though it has more recently, dealt with, a fascist government, it's not known for that. Like, these kind of reputations, I think, take a little while to form. And even though the Argentina association is literally from like post-war, right? It's literally, we're talking about like the late 40s and 50s when we're talking about the time period that they're discussing here. But that has somehow like formed the consciousness of the associations, especially the like knee-jerk, the unthinking associations like Americans would have. That's, I think, in some ways why he brought up that article, right? That's what brought it up in his mind, is that he knew that, like, even if Americans did not have a frame of reference for far-right Mexicans, that they would have this frame of reference. And I guess that's what he was trying to talk about. But I also see that tweet is seen as reinforcing a stereotype in Argentina. And it's perfectly understandable for people not to want that stereotype reinforced. Did Matt Binger actually even say anything about Argentina specifically? Only when he was arguing with the replies, Adadak, because he seems to have said South America more broadly. And then so that's where Bad Empanada's like, oh, you say South America, but we know you were thinking Argentina. And he's like, well, I mean, like, what if I was thinking Brazil? And Bad Empanada's like, no one thinks of Brazil.
You're not going to tell me. Where's the musical about Brazil? Where's
You're so obsessed with this musical, dude. You're obsessed with the musical, man.
Yeah, it's an incredibly fucking well-known musical that had a massive cultural...
Who knew that Bad Empanada would have such a forte for musicals, right?
Effect. It's basically, if Americans know about Argentina, half the time it's because of the fucking musical.
The fact that
half the time it's from the New York Times articles about
the fact
you're essentially trying to
That's
discount...
what I think of when I think of Americans. They're sitting in a musical, reading the New York Times, just, hating on Perón.
Something that is so well known that there's like an entire academic literature about it, like American cultural perceptions of Argentina.
Dude, the fact that there is such a major discourse going on in this country about how people of Hispanic or Latino origin could not be white supremacists or Nazis.
Don't cry for me, Bad Empanada.
Yes, should tell you that in fact that there's not such, at least in modern day American culture, not such a big stereotype. When did that Evita musical come out? No one even talks about it anymore.
Talking about Argentina here, not about American culture and American
you are
Nazis.
talking about Argentina again.
X-Men Origins. That's another great one. X-Men Origins. Like I believe the opening scene of that movie is like a mutant Nazi hunter in Argentina in Villa Gesell, which is a beach resort town, but for some reason it's in the Andes.
Well, yeah,
so it is a very well-known cultural stereotype about Argentina in the U.S., and it's very damaging. It's employed fairly often by the American media to like drum up Nazi hatred of the Argentine center left.
But that's also another historical fact.
That's it right there. That's what blows my mind. It's used quite often by the American media to drum up hate against the Argentine center left. Like, the only American media I could even imagine talking about the Argentine center left would be like Fox Business News, right? Is that what's happening? Is that like a real thing? Does Fox Business News like have a late night host that's like, yo, screw the center left in Argentina. Seriously, they're gonna ruin everything. All of our investments, they're gonna be all ruined. Wait, that would... I don't think that's what he's saying though. Because the feeling that I get is that he's saying that they're looking at the center left as being like not really center left, of being like controlled or polluted with fascist, leanings. That's what that's what Bad Empanada is saying, right? He's not saying that like that they use Perón to justify like neoliberalism, is he? I'm so confused. I am so damn confused. I thought I was going to understand this more. Let's just pretend they do. I don't know if I feel it's pretty dismissive to downplay a stigma that exists towards Argentina. I think it's very easy for Americans to assume it's benign. That part I agree with, right? I think there's something to be said there. Like the first thing, I mean, like whether... So Matt reaches for a frame of reference to explain the phenomenon that the right winger, he's arguing with a right winger there. The right winger just is it's not credulous of the idea that you could have like a neo-Nazi of that background. And Matt's answer is like, yeah, but what about South America? Right? And Bad Empanada says, oh, you're talking about Argentina, aren't you? Okay, that's really not helpful. And Argentina, people reading the tweet in Argentina feel the same way. And then he's like, what do you mean? Nobody said Argentina. South America's a big place. I could be talking about Brazil. So, I mean, like, I guess that's to clarify, I'm just joking about BE being a crybaby? Okay. Well, I just like the idea of BE being really into, like, musical theater. I think that's a thing that we didn't know about him until tonight. It's pretty rare for even to come up on Fox Business News. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know what he's talking about the American media, like giving the side eye to the Argentine center left. I haven't seen it. If it's there, if it's real, if that's a thing. But at the same time, I do get that, like, people in Argentina wouldn't have brought this up if it wasn't like a harmful trope that they see pop up all over American culture, and they're not wrong. It's definitely there. Theater kid Empanada, maybe so, right?
That there were indeed Nazi hunters specifically in countries like Brazil and Argentina, because that's where Nazis were. I mean,
you seem to like just be arguing that the stereotype is correct. Is that like true?
I'm confused too. I need to do more research about Argentina. I have a feeling there may be some beliefs that older people hold. Older people watch Fox too. Yeah, that makes sense. It would be, yeah, the Fox demographic is... I don't know what the Fox Business demographic is, but I'm sure it's not that far from the, just general Fox demographic. So American leftists have to let American Nazis get away with lying that they are not being any lying about there not being any Nazis with Spanish names because Argentinian... Well, I don't think that's what Bad Empanada is arguing. I think, and that's the weird thing, is that, like, Matt tried to find some common ground earlier, talking about Ukraine in a more nuanced manner that is usually approached in American media, and that wasn't... Bad Empanada wasn't having any of it, right? I think what I mean, if he has a point, it is that this is like a really pervasive trope, and at the very least, you need to be aware when you're using it. and that like you should maybe understand that like yeah, because like that's the thing is you're not going to get this kind of reaction from Argentinian Twitter just like for no reason at all, right? If they're reacting like this, it's for a reason. And I believe it's a form of deflection. Those countries are the ones who covered. Yeah, yeah. Well, like by the very nature, that's part of the trope, right? Seeing like Argentina as the Nazi haven is refusing to see the United States as having perpetuated like Operation Paperclip as having, purposefully, taken on, our own Nazi, you know, like bringing in Nazis into our country as well, or the millions of the other countries that were mentioned that did the same thing. So that is like the other side to the like placing all the blame on Argentina. But I don't think that it means that I don't think it's not bad Empanada agreeing with the conservative, right? If correct me if I'm wrong, right? But he's not agreeing with the person that Matt's arguing with. He's just disagreeing with Matt's like go-to frame of reference, I think.
We're trying to stay here because when I mention the stereotype, you keep repeating, but it's true, but it's true, but it's true. But the problem isn't that
you're trying to call historical. You're trying to call historical fact a stereotype, dude. It's one thing to say. It's one thing to say the United States of America weaponized these facts and used it as propaganda to assert that something more was going on.
Facts. Like, it's one thing to say Nazis went to Argentina, Nazis went to Brazil, Nazis went to the
That's
USA.
all I said, exactly.
It's another thing to say Nazis went to Argentina. Not all the Nazis went to Argentina. The Nazis tried to make the Fourth Reich in Argentina. Argentina is this special secret.
Now,
who in
this conversation said that? Because it wasn't me. Who in this conversation said that?
The entire issue that I had with your tweet was that you were essentially spreading this myth of South America as this singular Nazi haven, specifically Argentina as this singular special Nazi haven, whether you meant to or not. And that stereotype, that myth is the thing that's not true. We're not simply arguing that no Nazis came to Argentina. We're talking about this specific myth of Argentina as the Nazi haven.
I never said that. I never said that.
That is the thing that people get angry at. That is why
that's on them then, man. That's on them.
Some Mapuche adopt Nazi viewpoints in Patagonia as they see Ashkenazis as yet another wave of colonialism, as they adopt another myth about Israel wanting another Israel in Patagonia.
Because they need to learn reading comprehension and see what I read.
I guess they just need to.
Look, I mean, you could say reading comprehension to like one person or a couple people, but if it's like, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it's not the whole country, right? That added him or quote tweeted him or whatever. It's not the entire country. It's just a lot of people. A lot of Argentines like had this reaction, and at that point you got to look at it. You can't just be like reading comprehension, they don't have it. Learn to read my intent on Twitter. You can say like I don't know. You could say that's not what I meant, but you gotta be careful that like what God, not everything. It's Twitter. Not everything gets read like the way that you meant it. And I don't know. I kind of hold a space in between completely blaming a person for the misinterpretations of what they said, but at the same time holding them responsible for like the way their communication can be interpreted, right? It's a little bit of both, if that makes sense. How many Argentines are actually worked up about this? Not many. half of Argentinian Twitter. Is that what BE said?
Learn to have supposed leftists just spreading imperialist ideas about their country.
Oh,
to
those people had no idea.
I'm just
who
saying.
I
I'm just
was.
saying that if you get the same reaction from a lot of people, and it's not a purposeful misreading, because I don't think that these random Argentinian accounts are like purposefully, or just like they're like Matt Bender haters or so. I don't think he has like a bunch of haters in Argentina. I could be wrong. I don't think this is a situation of bad faith, right?
I mean, the idea that again, let's bring up the fact that we all talk about Ukrainian neo-Nazis, right? Because they exist. It's a fact they exist. Yet for some reason, you don't also think that being that there is a country literally right now doing imperialism on them and using
any Argentinian POC that saw the debate, I'd imagine that the debate was awkward for y'all to watch. Yeah.
the propaganda that there are Nazis in Ukraine as their reason for doing imperialism, you won't though say, oh, we should back off on bringing up Ukrainian neo-Nazis because Russia's weaponizing that fact to propagandize and use it to legitimize what they're doing to innocent people in Ukraine. You don't do that though, right? You would never do that. I wouldn't do that either because I don't think
that.
Really, you've done that before. Then you've done that before. So you don't talk about
I
Ukrainian neo-Nazis.
I don't think that there being neo-Nazis in Ukraine means that the country should be invaded. Yes,
the trope isn't that pervasive, even if that was, which isn't it only a matter if Matt Bender was spewing this to Orton Time Media and being distributed all over the country. Burnt turnover?
Oh, good. Exactly. You shouldn't think
it's
that.
also not an equivalent scenario because what is the context of bringing this up exactly? It's just like a random American bringing up a decades-old stereotype.
Here's the funny thing, dude. You're talking to probably the only leftist streamer that has a show dedicated to talking about white supremacy, neo-Nazis, online far-right reactionaries. I know you don't know who I am. I'm a nobody.
Sounds like Bellingcat.
What?
Sounds like Bellingcat.
Okay, well, I'm not Bellingcat. Bellingcat is not a left. They wouldn't consider themselves to be a leftist news organization. That's very clever, though, because I know that there's a well-intentioned bad rap on Bellingcat because they do some sketchy stuff. But to tie me to them for your audience is very clever. I enjoy that. Nice move there. But I've been covering neo-Nazis, white supremacy.
Elliot saying, I shared a video from a Hispanic Latino guy about white supremacy in Hispanic and Latino communities. That video was more productive than this debate. Yeah, it's frustrating because it feels like maybe Matt, had something to learn here, but at the same time, like, it didn't. I don't feel like it needed to be this, like, I don't know, right? It's
since I started a show back in 2018. It was my beat when I started working on the Majority Report back in 2011 and co-hosted a show with Michael
I'm a little bit frustrated with both sides. That's what I'm saying.
Brooks. So you're probably talking to
what is this about Bellingcat? I don't know.
Leftist who focuses on white supremacists and neo-Nazis in the United States of America more than any other leftist does. And the idea that you don't think it's relevant, that you constantly bring up. See, for me, I just want to talk about fucking the fact that neo-Nazis are all over the fucking world. That's it. I want to talk about the fact that you should not be hiding the fact, denying the fact that neo-Nazis exist in your country, that country, this country, because they exist and everyone needs to come to terms with it if they want to defeat it. If you're an anti-fascist, you need to talk about it. So when I'm bringing up Ukraine, my point is, you say when I bring up the fact that Nazis fled to South America, and again, I'm not even talking about Argentina specifically. You keep doing that.
BE's stream title was like Sam Cedar, discount Sam Cedar wants to debate me over Nazis, I think.
But if you want me to say that, fine. when I bring up Nazis in Argentina, you say doing so is giving into American imperialism because they've used it before for their propaganda.
I say
So
that
I am
you're-
saying,
you're
why
perhaps
isn't it the same thing?
inadvertently.
Why isn't the same thing? So maybe perhaps you are inadvertently doing that
If
to
you're
Ukraine.
inadvertently
To Ukraine.
spreading, if you're inadvertently spreading like imperialist propaganda from the fucking 1940s against the country that is still weaponized against that country to this very day, then yeah, I think you
Dude,
should maybe learn to take being called out on that a little bit better.
No one is talking about.
Matt has admitted being wrong several times. BE has not once admitting to being wrong. This is like fascism.
Nazis in Argentina anymore. In fact, it's quite clear of that
you,
based on the
you
reaction.
pretty much brought it up.
Yeah, me.
Everyone
am I
knows
the United
what
States of
the History
America,
Channel
dude?
article was about.
Little me, man. Little me who you don't, that you just put, what was it you put in your headline there? Discount Sam Cedar. Apparently, I speak for all of America when I, in 2023, am the one American who brings up Nazism in South America.
Matt and BE are too white to have this debate by themselves. Matt may be a journalist, and BE may be of wait, are we talking about BE here? BE is of Australian descent, right? Both of them do not have the experience with racism to fully explain this topic. But BE was of Greek descent. Yeah, maybe.
Because that's not a current discussion here. No,
that's the problem.
If that was the case, then why is there literally tons and tons of people? Like, the literal discourse in this country right now is Latinos and Hispanic people cannot be white supremacists and Nazis. That's the basis of this whole conversation.
Okay,
dude.
so I feel like I get the frustration on both sides. I get what they're... Matt's thing is that my point was that white supremacy, can manifest in not just, from white people. And Bad Empanada is more concerned that in his attempt to explain this, his common frame of reference, the reason why it was so common to be like, yeah, like, look at South America, is that, like, Americans have this idea of Argentina that is not representative of the real situation, that is, like, localizing all of this phenomenon of, Nazi expatriates moving there in one country when it was really in multiple countries, including the United States. And that now the other part I don't understand is, like, the fact that he thinks it's associated with Perón, and he thinks it's just associated with a disdain the American media holds for center-left parties in Argentina. That I have not seen. I don't know what he's talking about there. I will say that he's right about the trope that exists, and did Matt use South America? Was that South America his go-to because of the being kind of brainwormed by that trope? Possibly. People in chat are saying that Matt somewhat apologized for that, but BE is still there's not like a match of good faith, because there is an attempt to find common ground. Although now Matt's turning that whole discussion of Ukraine of like, okay, so we can both agree that some component of the Ukrainian forces are related to, trace their lineage to, and in some ways hold the ideology of Nazis. And if we can say that about Ukraine, why can't we say that about Argentina? I think that Bad Empanada's issue is that, like, we only say that about Argentina. So does that make sense? That's where they're at. I mean, I feel like it is a shame, because there is some common ground here, and it's just not going to get explored in this situation. I don't think that Matt giving ground on the fact that he'd kind of pulled from a trope is going to, buy him any good faith with BE. And it's just, yeah, it's kind of a hopeless debate. A little bit hopeless, right? B.E. Lore, born in Australia, loved South America, got a scholarship to go to in Argentina, settled there, later decided to move there permanently. It is B.E.'s personality that I cannot stand, not the issue that he's presenting.
You're claiming that's not true. The whole reason I even posted that article, that screenshot of that article, you're claiming is not true because everyone in America believes that Nazis and white supremacists are all over Argentina. You make zero sense, man.
I think I make perfect sense. So there's two separate things
There's
here.
only one thing where he's not making sense to me. Like, I understand his viewpoint. I understand Matt's viewpoint. It's kind of frustrating that there isn't understanding between them, but like the second part of this, right, is the part that I don't know what he's talking about, right? I really don't know this whole.
The one is, can Latinos, Hispanics, however you use that term in the US, can they be white supremacists? Yes, they can.
Absolutely.
Another thing is the way you made that point. By referring to a damaging stereotype that legitimizes imperialism in my country.
Yeah.
And what is that damaging stereotype? What is that damaging stereotype?
It's this idea that Argentina is a specific Nazi haven.
So there he was. If anybody was concerned, right, he definitely not agreeing with the conservative here. And he's the person that Matt was arguing against, right? But he said that the way that you went about showing that is reinforcing a trope that is damaging to Argentine people, right? Which, I mean, I can see that. Whether or not I agree with him on the rest of it or even understand what he's talking about, that part I get.
And specifically, that the Peronist ideology, which isn't really an ideology,
can you show me when I said that? Can you show me what I said any of that?
You don't have to say it to legitimize.
Okay, so yeah, Adadak's bringing up, do we only say that about Argentina? I'm more familiar with it being associated with Brazil. More recently, yeah, it's associated with Brazil, right? The Argentina thing, you would have to go back to either the Perón period, or you could, think of the far-right government that took over Argentina in the 20th century, in the 20th century, in the later half of the 20th century. That would be another, far-right association with Argentina, whereas Brazil's a more recent one. But I think that what Bad Empanada is saying is that those kind of reputations that countries get, they're like a lagging indicator, right? And I can't really verify how lagging of an indicator they are, right? If you say that Americans are more likely to think of Argentina when they hear South America far right than they are to think of Brazil, I'm given to agree with you. But Adadak's right that there is also an association with Brazil.
Oh, that's such bullshit, man. That's such bullshit, man. I mean,
how not?
Listen. If you want to have a regular, like, if you wanted to have like a legitimate conversation about that, you would have reached out to me. But instead, you wanted to, pound on your chest and do this whole bravado thing in public because it really.
I'm not pounding on my chest of doing bravado at all.
I mean,
I'm just sitting here.
What are you talking about on Twitter, dude? On Twitter, dude.
Now I just imagined a Bad Empanada like doing the chest pound thing.
You were having this whole big thing about how I was specifically talking about Argentina when I wasn't.
The historical facts with lots of your followers who seem to believe that myth was true. And they seem to believe that they got really offended when I pointed out that the U.S. government itself estimated that there were 10,000 Nazi war criminals in the U.S. They got really mad at that.
Oh, well, I don't know anyone who did that. I mean, I can't speak for all people who would get, but I certainly know that there are 10,000.
My problem isn't with you specifically. My problem is with this myth is with this stereotype in general.
Cool,
my
but
problem is that I don't want people to inadvertently or whatever spread this idea. I would prefer that people base these ideas, in facts, bring them up when it's actually relevant, rather than to explain Latino neo-Nazi mass shooter in the U.S. You
So wait,
being an expert on white supremacists in the U.S., I would hope that you could explain how this guy came to be without making a reference to South America, because I think it's pretty irrelevant.
But it wasn't specifically about this guy, man. Even in the tweet I'm responding to in that screenshot, it was specifically about the rise of white supremacy within the Latino and Hispanic communities. That's simple. That's simple, dude. So people come from South America, Mexico, Central America, all over to the United States, right? That's where they immigrate from, and they come to this country. Right. So it's not like it's not a thing that's there. Certainly they're learning a lot of it here, without a doubt. This kid specifically who did this guy, this fucking mass shooter, this white supremacist neo-Nazi shooter, he, without a doubt, based on his specific background, got this shit in the US.
Does BE really have an argument? He's just making assertions that he can't support with anything substantial. Or, look, the only thing there is that, there's a trope that, like, Argentina bears too much of the blame for something that a lot of countries did. But that is why Matt's going for that reference, right? Because he knows that that's one that's going to be familiar. And I guess, in his mind, he's got to start from somewhere. He can't just, like, this is the only way to get people to understand what's going on. Or what do you, this is the only reference that a lot of people are going to get off the bat. But yeah, it's one that reinforces a really unfair trope.
He did post a lot of...
And not that the trope is... Not that there being, any, association there, like, because there is, but, like, that there's... Seeing Argentina for the Nazis that it took in and not seeing other countries for the Nazis that they took in, obviously is wrong. Did he mean mainstream media attacking the center left? That's what I don't get, Riveroon. That is what I don't get. I don't know what he's talking about there. I'm a little confused, right? Because he's so sure of it. Like he's and I cannot for the life of me think of what he's talking about. I have not seen this. Same, I guess, happens with other Argentinians tomorrow. Maybe I heard repercussions in some websites if they cover this. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, no, he thinks the consequences are... I mean, he mentioned, like, justifying imperial action. Like, that... I'm confused. I'm legitimately confused.
Photos on his social media channels, though, of Mexican white nationalists in Mexico, like literal white neo-Nazi rallies in the streets of Mexico. But again, the specific article I was replying to was someone mocking the idea of the headline of the article being that and
the specific article that I'm replying to is the one that says, make sure to like that stream on YouTube, right? It helps me out a lot.
Growing white supremacy in Hispanic and Latino communities.
As does subscribing with a Twitch Prime on Twitch. With a Twitch Prime. With an Amazon Prime subscription, which means that if you have Amazon Prime, you have a free subscription for Twitch. All you have to do is integrate those two things and you will get a free sub to any streamer that you want. If that's me, it means a lot because I know you only have one of those. You can also get a subscription by paying $5. This gets you out of the ad break, not only the one at the top of the hour, but also the one at the bottom of the hour, But if that price is too dear for you, I totally understand. Just keep on being an awesome chatter. And eventually somebody will come along and gift you with a subscription so that you too can be saved from the ad break.
And I quickly looked for an article, saw a headline that did not specifically did not specify any country, because to me, it's not a specific country's problem. Again, I told you the first country I think of in modern day would be Brazil. And so I posted a screenshot of that headline. I mean, and anything else is you reading into it. And if you
It's
have a
not
problem
me
with
reading into it, because our actions, are influenced by broader cultural trends, by broader cultural osmosis. We're not just like, we don't just have these specific intentions that we're all using, and you can also do things by accident. You can spread damaging
thank you,
ideas by
Joni.
accident without meaning to do so.
YouTube is kicking
'Cause
butt
there are
tonight.
these trends that I'm sure you're well aware of
On both
Americans
fronts.
projecting, deflecting onto other countries. For example, religious fanaticism in the US, they say, oh, are we the Taliban now? Stuff like that. Neo-Nazi mass shooter, oh, are we like Argentina now? Stuff like that. So when I see someone like referencing South America or
I've never thought of that, right? But people do say, yeah, like that's the Al Qaeda, like, right? The idea that that they'll like kind of try to confront the right wing with how similar it is to the right wing in countries that the right wing hates, right? And I mean, that's the whole idea. That's the whole idea, is to confront them with something that they themselves are against. But Bad Empanada saying that that's like acting like you got to go outside of the US to find an example of something, dangerous, violent, and uncivilized, when in actuality the United States has got its own tradition of that stuff. It's not something you have to look outside for. I left for a minute to scramble some eggs. Is the debate on the same level of unnecessary? Kind of. I think BE is the one who lost here.
Argentina or whatever, and related to like a neo-Nazi mass shooting in the US, what I see in that, as someone who is very familiar with these sorts of stereotypes, with these sorts of deflections, is that. And you might not have intended it, but that's how it comes off.
Elle says that all of us who watched this were the real losers of the debate.
Okay, I mean, if that's how it came off to you, then I mean, that's a problem.
It came off like that to me and lots of other people. Like, I know you mentioned the right-wing Argentines, but I'm sure they weren't all right-wing.
No,
I'm
they
sure
weren't.
I explained it. South American victim complex among their wealthy, and everyone talking past each other in this debate.
People in there who were just fucking sick. Who were just fucking sick of these Americans, like.
But I mean, listen,
specifically to them.
This conversation you're having now with me, though, is way different than the conversation you had on Twitter with me, and the conversation you had just even 10 minutes ago, and before that, the rest of the live stream, where you were just trying to claim that just bring up the fact was some sort of propaganda, imperialism for the United States.
It's not just bringing up the fact, though. It's
Bender is a disingenuous debate, bro. Much like Cedar, for all of BE's issues, he's spot on with his takes on imperialism. BE can discuss issues in Argentina, but it sounds odd when he isn't referencing Argentine POC and how they experience racism and colorism.
referring to the stereotype of Argentina as like the special Nazi haven. I know it said South America, but when people think Nazis in South America, we all know what they're thinking. When Americans think it, especially, we all know what they're thinking. I know why they think that. I think I've explained well enough why they think that.
Then I think
if you want to just say that you didn't mean it or whatever, okay.
Well, no,
Go
it's
on,
not.
but you don't need to mean it for it to nonetheless,
I mean,
be spread through the message that you sent, through the tweet that you sent.
I mean, the weirdest thing to me is, regardless, you tell me all the things wrong with the United States of America. It's horrible history. You could bring up genocide of the Native Americans. You could bring up slavery. You could bring up how we treated African Americans, Black Americans in this country after, during the Civil Rights era. You could bring up the Nazis we brought into this country. You will see nothing from me denying it. In fact, I implore more and more people to talk about it.
I'm
talk
not
about
saying
real
that
American
you believe
history.
that.
Okay, but
I'm not saying that you believe that.
I will say it is very weird, very fucking weird, that bringing up Nazis in Argentina you don't get a discussion about it. You don't get a
There have been discussions about it, though. There was like 20-year-long government inquiry. That's what the report that
okay,
we
so I
spoke
guess we
about
can't
briefly
talk about
earlier
Nazis.
resulted in.
I guess we can't talk about Nazis in Argentina
No, you
or
can.
because
You can.
if you were born after that
But
20-year.
randomly bringing them up based on damaging cultural stereotype, which primarily exists because of imperialism, which is constantly used to legitimize imperialism. That's different.
No,
That's
I mean,
the
I
issue
think
that I have.
I think it's completely fair to bring up the historical context of yes, there is a history of of Nazis and neo-Nazis and white supremacists finding safe harbor in Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Peru.
I think there are better ways to do this without inadvertently spreading these sorts of damaging stereotypes. I think, for example, let's go back to the example that I used earlier. I know that you think it's not exactly the same, but I think it's a kind of similar, inadvertent, perhaps, spread of a stereotype, like an African American politician who is corrupt and being like, oh, plenty of African countries are corrupt. I think that would be pretty out of place to explain the actions of like a guy of like African descent in the USA, and it would be like referring back to damaging stereotypes about Africa.
If there was an
needless.
if there was an African American president who was accused of some corruption, I agree it would be racist to bring up Africa. If there was a conversation sparked from that about how Africans cannot be corrupt, then I would without a doubt say, no, we could bring up African countries. And that's exactly the scenario that happened here. There was a Mexican-American shooter that did a horrible act. This dude, without a doubt, was inspired by Nazis and white supremacy here in the United States, and based on his social media feed, probably at the very least was looked up to that same sort of what's going on in Mexico too with neo-Nazis and white supremacists, but mostly without a doubt the United States of America. But there was a conversation that was sparked from that about Latino and Hispanic communities as a whole. And I think you would agree that if there was an equivalent where all of a sudden, after an African-American president was charged with corruption, there were articles about how, oh, African countries, they can't be corrupt. What's going on here? This is bullshit. You would think it would be fair game to then bring up that actually there is a pretty long history of African countries being led by pretty corrupt leaders.
BE can never admit wrong. That is classic debate, bro. He's so sure, but then talks so vague, then brings up something that seems more or less irrelevant to most lefties when you think about how the MSM goes after anything left of center anyway, worldwide. Is that maybe why that fell flat? I mean, yeah, that's it. Is that like when the United States media is extremely right wing, and if they're ever going to have a criticism for the center left party, I can't imagine it being a criticism saying you are too far right. Don't think I just can't. I've never heard that be like done. They're always complaining that they're not they want like a lot of South American countries to accept maybe even a more unbridled form of capitalism than they expect the United States to accept.
Leaders, probably some of the most corrupt in the whole world.
My example was a more relevant one, being an African American, and then referring to Africa to
because
explain their actions.
It's not, because that's not what I did. Like, why do you continue to avoid?
Well, you refer to South America to sort of as an explanation for how this guy can be a Latino white supremacist. I believe there are better ways to make that same point.
Okay,
for example, by explaining how a Latino American can actually be a white supremacist, rather than just lazily pointing to a cultural signifier that is the Nazi Argentina idea.
No, it's not just to point to a lazy cultural signifier, to show that there's a long history of it, that it's not some new trend that all of a sudden, because you know what the conversation would be then. Oh, everybody's a white supremacist now.
Actually, I
everybody's
think
a white supremacist now.
The Nazis in South America, they're all white, like blonde-haired, blue-eyed. It's kind of a very different thing, really. You can't really explain like a brown Mexican-descended neo-Nazi by pointing to Argentina or Brazil or
Bolivia, why can't you describe Argentinians that way?
Like what?
You just said you can't describe Argentinians as like your words, like a brown-skinned, darker
No,
complexion.
I'm referring to Nazis. Like Nazis who came from Germany, right? They were like white people. So
Sure.
it stands to reason that them and their kids would also be white people.
I mean, they would be certainly could possibly be white, sure, but they could also have darker complexions.
Yeah,
too. I'm a
so
little confused
pointing towards these German, like literal Germans who migrated to South America as like an explanation for a brown-skinned man or brown-skinned white supremacist in the United States of America. To me, that doesn't really make sense.
Why doesn't it? If you're trying to say Argentinian
Because there's
people
the clear
with
racial component to, right? So there's a racial contradiction there in
So
this
you're
guy's
trying to say- are you-
ideology.
are you
He
trying to
thinks
say
he's
that
part
if-
of the white master race and that like Nazis would love him or something?
So are you saying that if if someone in Argentina is a descendant from
You can't talk about a Mexican and then name another South American or name a South American country. Left-handed and right-brained. Does he have any advice on how to do it better? South America has a long history of white supremacy that has nothing to do with Nazism. I'm not sure how to explain it in a Twitter form, though. Jabber about nonsense until you wear out your opponent.
a
Yeah,
Nazi
this is kind of going.
from Germany? Like the guy came over from Germany, had a
Mhm.
family with someone in Argentina. You're saying that kid, even though he might have lighter skin and lighter complexion, you're saying they wouldn't be Latino as well, even though their mother would be an Argentine native.
I don't know. Maybe would he in the U.S.? I don't know. You guys have
I would say-
everything fucked up here.
No, I
what
don't
I
think
would
it's-
say
it's
is
very simple.
the
If you-
fundamental contradiction, because
Ooh,
Latino
that's
is not. It's not a race.
good
The
answer.
fundamental contradiction in that guy's ideology has nothing to do with his descent from Mexico
You called in and did Gorka to Michael Brooks.
as compared to Argentina. These places are incredibly far from each other. It doesn't really make much sense to really bring it up in the first place. But we're talking about like the racial contradiction here is what those Americans were saying he can't be a Nazi referring to, because to them he's this brown guy. You're right. He's excluded from whiteness. He's excluded from white supremacy. To them, I don't think an Argentine like descendant of Nazis would be excluded from that. I don't think they would be like, oh, he's a Latino. I think they would welcome him with open arms. And that's the fundamental contradiction they need explained to them. They don't need like lazily pointing to like a cultural signifier of Argentina being the Nazi country.
I mean, I think it's very relevant in terms of everything we just mentioned. I mean, we're just gonna disagree. I guess agree to disagree here.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know what else to say. I mean, I don't know what else to say, honestly. Is there any other point you want to make? I mean, I guess feel free. I'm happy to stay on the stream and listen to whatever else you got to say. But I don't know what else on my end. Go ahead.
No, tell Sam Cedar that he needs to tell AOC to vote no on increasing the State Department budget.
Okay, sure.
Thank you for relaying that message for me.
I'm sure
He'll relay that message for you. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no problem, no question.
I mean, the weird thing is, it seems like you and I come to, at least from what you're telling me, come to an agreement on everything except the fact that
BE is making a good point here. Latino Hispanic does not mean not white outside of the U.S. Yeah.
you seem to not like the context.
Yeah, because
I brought up
the
this history.
disagreement isn't with our specific political views in this case. My disagreement with you is how you inadvertently spread this damaging idea that is weaponized against the, like the, not the left, but like, the compromise, like the Lula types in our country. It's used to link them with this idea of them having like a fundamentally irredeemable Nazi ideology. And that
there's no one in this country that thinks that Lula is a Nazi. In fact, he's very well liked in this country.
What I meant to say there was that in Argentina, the politicians who are linked to Nazism via this fact they identify with Peronism, they are more like Lula than like anything else that I could think to compare them with. Nonetheless, they are branded as Nazis, because of this Argentina Nazi special safe haven stereotype, particularly by Americans, constantly in the American media too. And that is damaging. And I would prefer that people do not spread this stereotype, because then it can be used to hurt these politicians here who, as imperfect as they are basically
You called in once to Bender, or you called in once to NCC to talk about the dog that was the symbol of the Chilean revolt.
The lesser evil compared to the imperialist-backed neoliberals.
I'm trying to remember the dog's name.
Okay.
And that's what I don't like.
All right. So, I mean, I don't know what else to... I mean, I guess I could say the same to you again about... Because, again, this is the same conversation that could be had with Ukraine. It really is. And it's silly to say you can't talk about the very real problem in Ukraine with neo-Nazis. Because...
apparently Matt thinks this debate, right, was worse than... It was more bad faith than his debate with Tim Pool. I disagree, because at least Bad Empanada debated him one-on-one. Oh, yeah, true, yeah. Tim Pool used traps and ganged up on him. Yeah.
I think this is also kind of different, because there's not some sort of massive... It's
a lot more of a fluid term to us, the terms Latino and Hispanic, because you can say this is a stereotype of Argentina for sure, but currently that country is in good standing in the world, in my opinion. Argentina is one of the most liberal, progressive in Latin America, and Bender at least never initially referenced that in his tweet, right? He's saying modern-day average Argentinians are constantly portrayed as Nazis all the time in media? I don't... Is that what he's saying?
Like neo-Nazi militia in Argentina. There's not like a massive neo-Nazi movement in Argentina.
Well, may have been poisoned.
The fascist movement in Argentina right now.
Pretty sure Matt greeted you. Yeah, like an old friend, though. So despite your differences, you're in a parasocial relationship with him. And MR, given how you said... Oh, yeah, no, you're talking to Thomas there. Yeah. Not a call that was welcome. It pissed him off.
He's just
I feel like I heard that call.
Inspired. They call themselves libertarians, but they're just like Trumpists.
I think Trump.
Weird.
That's up there, man. That's white supremacy.
Their ideology is imported from the USA. They're not like descendants of like the Nazis who came to Argentina. They're just like fucking losers who got told by this guy that abolishing every single social program will make them rich.
I mean, I don't know how else to bring up the fact that it does. There is an analogous situation there, being that you keep bringing up that the imperial Americans use the historical fact that Nazis are in South America in general, but Argentina in this case, and how Russia uses that same thing to...
I think the difference here is the war and R. It's the tense.
Right. Right now, there is a very real war going on in Argentina. The imperialism's happening right now. Excuse me. There's a war going on in Ukraine. I'm sorry. Excuse me.
I believe the problem is that the Nazis that we're talking about were about 70, 60 years ago, and the Nazis in Ukraine, they're there right now. If there was like an actual straight up like German rat line linked neo-Nazi movement in Argentina right now that was like armed and dangerous and shit, and like tying Romani people to posts, I would be screaming about them. But what I'm screaming about right now is actually the US-backed Trump-inspired fascists.
You don't have to be a literally descendant of Nazi Germany to be a Nazi, buddy. I mean, come on.
Okay. But there's not like an Azov tier Nazi problem in contemporary Argentina.
No, I don't. That'd be your specialty. So I guess I'll defer to you there. I don't know about that. I mean, I would highly.
There was an Azov tier.
I would highly doubt there's
a massive like Azov level neo-Nazi problem in Argentina. I'd certainly appreciate you talking about it. Luckily there isn't.
Luckily there isn't. But to act like there's no neo-Nazis in any military, it would be. I mean, that's a huge draw.
Well, luckily, Argentina completely destroyed its military after the US-backed Nazi-inspired dictatorship used it to murder 30,000 leftists. So that was pretty good. Now it's just a jobs program for like 2,000 losers.
All right. I mean, I guess this was an interesting conversation. Again,
Oh my God, where's this thing?
I feel like we're just talking in circles now. I could see my audience and your audience sort of getting.
Oh, wait, is that the actual
I
dude?
don't know.
No, don't worry. I think this was very clarifying.
Yeah, I think so too. I think
Say
so
hello. He did.
Okay, great talking to you, man.
No. Was there anything else you wanted to say?
He runs.
that's
This
all. Thanks.
motherfucker
See ya.
runs.
All right, cool. Have a great night.
He runs. He's Gary. No, run away from this dude. No, he's gonna
Oh my
shoot
God.
me with his like laser. Oh my God, he shot me with his laser. He Biden blasted me. I got Biden blasted, chat. I'm getting Biden blasted all over the place. Oh my God, no! Run away from Joe Biden. Oh my God! Of all the times to play. Oh my God. No. I was like, this is a nice chill little game. You know, I'm just gonna go up and I'm gonna clear out some skulk. It's gonna be great. No, I gotta fight Joe Biden. So that's the end of the call. That is the end of the call. Now there is like still like an interaction that goes on between these two. Honestly, I can't agree with Matt or BE in this debate. Yeah, I can see what both of them are trying to say, but that debate went nowhere. It wasn't was a debate that shouldn't have been a debate. I kind of feel like that. Matt Wynn says Kira Safira. Argentina, yes, Argentina, is almost certainly doesn't have anything analogous to the Azov Battalion, but they've definitely got something. Anyone who thinks that there isn't a Nazi movement in their country is kidding themselves. True. He said that the Argentinians of German Nazi origin wouldn't be considered Argentinian due to their white European characteristic ID markers. He said they wouldn't be considered Latino. That's not racial science to acknowledge that. I think Bender knows that he lost this. That's an acknowledgement. That's acknowledging said racism. As a mixed race Latino, Bender was definitely acting like a settler, as well as how they are Latin American after a few generations as any colonizer. Got news for you, so are you defending fascist talking points? I'm not sure who that was directed at. I think maybe you were talking to the warden in Minecraft. And the warden is definitely riding with Biden. In fact, some would say that the warden is Joe Biden. He's just, wow. Wow, so he pulls up Bad Empanada stream. He wants to know.
Oh my God, I need to get the Demon Mama bathroom song.
Does Matt know about the Demon Mama bathroom song?
No, I mean, you can't say it's not in bad faith when he just refused.
Yeah, do you know about the Demon Mama bathroom song?
There exists this stereotype of Argentina being like a special Nazi haven, because the issue, obviously, as I said, literally a dozen times.
I was too busy getting Biden blasted all over the place.
It's that Argentina was one of like 20 countries that did the same thing.
Oh my God, how many times did I say that? How many times did I say that? How many times did I say that? Holy shit.
Cultural idea.
What?
Of it being
what a fucking disingenuous asshole.
That is used
what a fucking,
to both deflect
what a fucking disingenuous
like
asshole.
Nazi, like there's the same thing that happened in other countries.
What a fucking disingenuous
legitimize imperialism against the Argentine left that claims lineage from
Wow. Fuck you, man. How many times did I say that over and over and over again? You disingenuous bastard. Disingenuous fucking bastard.
Alarmingly.
Oh my God.
Nazi.
What a fucking... And the way he fucking kept talking about Argentina as if he was a fucking... Oh my God.
Very,
give me a break. Go in his chat and let them know how fucking bad
open Nazis in a lot of places.
Fucking bad.
Yo! That is something. Oh my god. I mean, so I remember seeing some people show up in the chat. Now, Bad Empanada was streaming on YouTube. I don't know the YouTube culture as far as streaming as well as I do the Twitch one, but you know, had that resulted in like some kind of a action in Twitch chat, that's considered pretty bad form, right? They take that very seriously, very, very seriously in Twitch chat. I don't know if YouTube will be the same, but yeah, that was just like, go in there, go in his chat. Whoa, you usually don't say that. Oh my god. Wow. Okay, so that's, yeah, like I hadn't seen this part yet. I watched it, it must have been on Bad Empanada's end because I didn't see this. Oh my god, don't tell me I'm gonna lose my stuff. I got Biden blasted, chat. I got totally Biden blasted. Do you all know about the Biden blast? Like, first he smells you. Oh my god, I'm gonna call him again. I'm gonna call up Joe Biden. I don't want to get Joe Biden's attention. I just need to get my stuff. Where is my stuff? Biden, where did you blast my stuff? Yeah, I got the Biden blast. He eats the ice cream, you know? And he gets an ice cream headache. And it gives him superpowers, and Dark Brandon comes out and he Biden blasts you. And the only way to stop it is to deprive him of his ice cream. That is the only way that you can stop the Biden blast from happening to you. I don't know where I like went. I remember I like went. Okay, let me retrace my steps or something, because I really need to find that stuff. I do not want to let that stuff despawn. Let's put this back on.
Bad faith.
I know you're not here to see me get Biden blasted.
Australia is also fucking huge.
By Dark Brandon.
He refused
Australia
to
and the
fucking
US are the
fix
two
the
most,
stream
like-
so we could be picture in picture. He
Australia doesn't have the
refused
mass
it.
shootings, but
And then he
Australia
tried
and
to
the
tell
US
his
are
audience
definitely,
too that I was gonna back out because we
the,
wouldn't do the we wouldn't do video.
like the two main
Bad faith.
countries
Bad
with
faith
these massive,
Empanada.
like open neo-Nazi movements right now.
And he kept telling me too that he was gonna put me.
Though the Nazis in Australia, I don't
Great.
think they actually have like any links to mainstream politicians, though I haven't really been keeping up with it.
He kept saying how, oh, I have 10 times the viewers as you. My viewership blew him away. He tried to act like this was gonna be some big, platforming for me or some shit, which I would have. As you all know, I fucking take anybody. I was on debating Doug Lane with his like 100 live stream viewers.
Oh no,
If he even
he
hit
like
that
comes
last
and
week.
gets you. He
But
comes
he
and
kept
gets you because
acting
he
like it
can
was gonna be
tell.
some big platform for
He
me.
can tell when you make the things.
And then his
go.
viewership is less than mine.
Okay, so now we're arguing about. Oh no, I'm gonna get Biden blast. Oh my god.
Fucking liar.
He just came up behind me and gave me a Biden hug instead.
I mean, I don't buy the idea that he or anyone who uses Twitter who posts about politics who's ever heard of Argentina doesn't know of like the Nazi Argentina stereotype. It's not true.
It got weird in chat with people arguing Matt is a Zionist and that BE is anti-Semitic. Oh god, well if there's Vosh people, yeah, they would definitely be of that opinion. And then that is weird to put that on Matt. That's definitely not.
There's no fucking way.
Yeah, put your viewerships away. We don't care. We don't care about the relative size. Oh my god, this is pissing me off. I gotta bring like a bed down there.
God, is he like watching the stream and complaining about it? I never said that. I never said that. Don't worry, I'll upload the stream and people can judge what you
Yeah,
said.
people could judge what I said, and they could hear that I said over and over again, South America, South America. It was literally the main talking point from me. It was literally my main fact.
The greatest thing about streamers is that it doesn't fucking matter how badly someone gets blown out. The fans will always be on their side.
Blown out.
It's kind of heartwarming, actually.
That's the.
There's so much love. There's so much love towards the streamer.
Like, I gotta put like a bed down there or something. That's like the only way that I'm gonna be
Why
able
wouldn't
to.
I watch you lie after the stream, man? You're gonna talk to your audience. Pull me up on yours. Let them see the same shit. Why is that some sort of big gotcha? I do a post show on every debate.
Well, okay, it's a culture, it's like a Twitch, it's like Twitch culture thing. That's the funny thing is Bad Empanada's like not like he's on YouTube first and foremost, right? He came to Twitch to do a stream and to make money and to get donations, which his chat lovingly gives to him, despite the fact that you're gonna see like he asks for donations and then he doesn't like read anybody's donations off, right? But you know, he does that. But like, yeah, he got kicked off of Twitch. He's on YouTube now. He's doing okay for himself on YouTube, but this is some Twitch culture stuff, right? Watching to see if the person that you debated talks about you after stream is definitely Twitch culture. I mean, I guess it's not exclusively Twitch culture. They did. I mean, like I've seen, you know, Vosh, Demon Mama, but they're kind of from Twitch too. Like, right? Everybody in the whole, you know, all the apples that fell off the tree of DGG, which I would put Vosh and Demon Mama in that basket.
Like, dude, you're a streamer yourself. Like, give me a break, dude. He's not happy. He's gone silent. He's just reading the comments.
He's only reading the super
all
chats,
the comments
though.
come in.
And I don't think he even reads all of those. He just like is like, now is the time that you will give me money, and people are just like, yes.
Issue with me.
Yes, Bad
tone
Empanada.
policing. It's poo-pooing.
I didn't know about.
that
I don't
brought
pay
something
attention
up.
to Australian politics anymore. It's completely irrelevant to me. The only reason I'm talking about the Nazis there is because I paid attention to that.
Like the idea
He's very
that
selective about who he reads off.
this whole debate was about, and every brother,
Someone in the chat thinks he was Sam Cedar. That's fucking hilarious. Oh man.
Yeah, because you fucking
Someone
put
said
Sam
humiliating
Cedar.
for Sam.
You fucking put Sam Cedar in the title because you lie to your audience.
Oh my
You
god, this is
lie
so
to
interesting to
your
see
audience
this.
that apparently also has reading comprehension issues like you
Yo,
do. When you
the
keep
reading
saying that I said
comprehension.
Argentina,
Oh my god,
when
Matt.
I did not
Oh my god,
ever
Matt.
bring
I don't
up
think
Argentina
look,
before a bunch of.
I love you, Matt. I don't think that reading comprehension is the best argument here. I do think that, like, you know, that, like, on some level, you get that putting, yeah, he did say that putting, you know, this whole thing, this whole, you know, onus of the, you know, bringing in like Nazis onto Argentina disproportionately is wrong. So I kind of want to like cut him a break there, because it doesn't feel like he's really saying, like, he's not exactly disagreeing, but then they do have a legitimate like disagreement on the nature of the Perón administration. That part seems like there's not, it's not, a lot of this is just, yeah, talking past each other like a lot of chat is saying, but maybe not all of it is. Okay, so like, let's put a bed here. What the hell? Really? Can I get in that bed? I can. Okay, reset my spawn for down here. Oh my god, I got hurt by this stupid bed. Oh my god, we gotta try to re-sleep. Sleep in a place that's like actually good to sleep in. Reset the spawn. Okay, there we go.
Argentinians assumed I was talking about them because I said South America.
Debate people are fucking great.
You are the debate person.
Man.
You are the
Yo.
one who publicly challenged me. You were the one who publicly challenged.
Who is acting more like a debate, bro? This feels like the epic rap battle of history. Who won? Who's next? You decide.
Me. I didn't even know who fucking
Sam
Bad
Cedar
Empanada
sounds a lot
was.
different. Sam Cedar sounds like this. I don't care. I don't care. I can't do American accents. There's no fucking way I can do it.
American accents are tricky, I will admit. Like, I'm surprised everybody thinks I'm American.
This dude is the one who publicly challenged me on Twitter multiple times. He got into my DMs. He demanded I come on his stream immediately, like in the moment. He challenged me. He was already in a stream and was like, "Come in right now."
They're now
coming right now in the middle of the day.
Who's the more of a debate, bro?
It's a channel that just goes over the news and provides completely really basic surface level commentary on it.
Oh, okay. Maybe because he has.
I guess people need their news filtered through a personality. That's why everyone watches Hassan.
Maybe
everybody watches
basic reading
NCC.
comprehension, unlike you, who couldn't even go at this conversation based on what I actually said and had to keep denying over and over again what you perceive.
Right,
that
I'm
I
too
meant.
busy to vote on whether Indigenous people have institutional power because I haven't been in Australia for 5 years.
Right. White savior over here. White savior over here.
I'm not eligible to vote in Australia anymore, I'm pretty sure.
Bad Empanada,
Or if I
white
was
savior
eligible,
over here.
you have to do it via paper, and I don't know how that works. So, and you're talking like Indigenous voice to Parliament, buddy. I don't fucking know. I don't care either.
Bad Empanada is the one who demanded the debate
anymore. And the whole thing with the Indigenous voice to Parliament, anyway, is very simple. It's a means being taken by liberals that gives no actual power. It's simply a ceremonial role. And they're going to use that, just as they did with the apology under Rudd, to then justify not doing anything that actually matters after that. It's not like, for example, the Maori seats in Parliament in New Zealand. It's literally nothing. It's literally ceremony. So...
Like this dude could have come at it.
If I was voting on that, I'd probably vote no. And you know why I'd vote no? Because they're gonna use it.
He's being disingenuous.
This dude could have come at this as, oh,
you mean
this guy?
B?
I see what he was doing. I have a problem with that. Let me sit down and explain, or reach out to him in terms of this or that. But no, he took the opportunity to try to use this to, first of all, launder this bullshit that there was. Strictly going by 180 Nazi war criminals from Germany or from Europe after World War II, which is a bullshit number. If he's going to specify war criminals, when literally thousands and thousands of Nazis came to South America after World War II, and then he tried to go about it. Oh, that list of 12,000 Nazis in Argentina, that list is from before the war ended. So that doesn't count. The 12,000 Nazis who were literally rallying in Argentina in the mid-1930s, and like, what was that? I think 1936 or something. Those 12,000 Nazis on that list that has now been discovered by an Argentinian researcher, that doesn't count to show that there are Nazis in Argentina. Because they didn't come after World War II ended. What kind of bullshit is that? Come on, man. Come on. Come on. But this dude could have basically reached out and wanted to have a conversation.
Is she gonna spawn camp me though? That's the problem.
I'm gonna pull up the
Oh no!
tweets.
Oh no! Oh no!
So
Run away! Run away! Wait! I can't see! I can't see! No, Biden!
Not a
Get away from me,
controversial
Joe
streamer.
Biden!
Rolling my fucking eyes at how stupid.
Get away
it was.
from me,
Not a
Biden!
controversial streamer.
No, the Biden here. The Biden.
Just a regular
The
dude,
Biden.
just a guy trying to have a conversation.
Censors are gonna sense me.
Let's fucking.
No,
do
I
that
hear
right now.
Biden.
Let's take a look
Get
exactly
away from
at-
Biden! Get away from Biden! No! No, Biden! Get away! No,
I don't have sound alerts anymore, so I can't make any
He's gonna
sound
Biden
bites.
blast me.
Also, I love
He's
how he
gonna
tried to
freaking
school me,
Biden blast me. I can't
on
find. I can't see.
like.
Oh my
trying
god,
to
I
act
shouldn't
like
bring him
people
back
in
to
South
the.
America
Oh
don't
no,
consider
you can hear
themselves
me
Latino.
every time those
One of my
things
favorite
go
things
off.
to
Half
do.
my family
Biden can
is
hear.
Peruvian.
No,
my
Straight,
Biden blast.
literally immigrated from Peru,
Biden
not born in
blast.
the United States.
Oh my
from
God.
I
Peru
never
and
said
came
his name,
here.
did I?
Biden
I never
And they
blasted.
call
Voldemort.
themselves and their family that constantly
Oh
bring up
no,
themselves
oh
as
no,
Latinos.
this is bad. This
Give me
is
a
really
break.
bad.
Give me a break. Maybe it's a special Argentinian thing.
Maybe
they don't
I
consider
didn't think
themselves
this
Latino.
through
Title
very
of the video
well.
as well will be debating discount Sam Cedar.
Yeah, I know, dude, because you're in bad faith. Even the fucking right wingers I've debated with. Have
Oh, that's what
more
he. There it
basic
is.
respect for the
Chat
person
called
they're
it.
gonna talk with.
Oh no, he's
Honestly.
smelling me. No,
Fucking
he
ridiculous.
smelled me. Oh my god, no, don't smell me. Run, run.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't need to.
Run.
The only reason
Run from the
you
smell.
put like a name in the title or whatever
He's
is if they're
smelling
going to
me.
bring you views. I
I
don't
got
think
more. I got more views
what's
than
his
you,
name?
man. I got more people
Oh
watching.
my
Sam
god, they
Cedar's
really are
ninth
doing the
tier
duck
villain
measuring
is going
contest.
to
Whose
bring in
duck
main
is
views,
whose duck
unfortunately.
goes harder? I think I got away from Biden. I think I got him
Which
out of his
fans are gonna
smell
cry?
range.
There's like 5 of them.
No, I hear Biden again. I hear Biden. Get away from me, Biden. I gotta get out of here. I'm gonna run that way. No. Worried that he can hear me.
Yeah, I'm really embarrassed right now, dude. I'm fucking
Embarrassed for
You should be embarrassed. Embarrassing. You're embarrassing.
embarrassed myself so badly.
You
I
did?
just had such a terrible time there. Fuck.
Oh no, he's being sarcastic. I got it.
It was very embarrassing.
Are we? There we are.
The greatest thing about
get
people who
away.
like tie their identity to like another brand, in this
Look
case
at the
the majority
cope.
report, is
Listen
that
to
when
the
they branch
fucking
out on their own,
cope. Listen
gonna
to the
fail.
fucking cope. Dude, I branched out on my own literally,
and I take
jeez,
great pleasure
10
in
years
that.
ago, dude. I branched out on my
also-
own
I
10
take
years ago.
great
He knows
pleasure knowing
nothing.
that Elon Musk is going
Go
to
let him know I
destroy
left the
Twitter.
majority report.
And there's so many people on there whose
Yo, you gotta
platforms-
be careful
basically
about-
solely
okay,
Twitter.
like,
they have a
look,
lot
look.
of followers there that they've basically
Like,
amassed just
Matt-
off like being there.
Matt is right. BE is getting him wrong here, right? Like he's not. His fortune is not tied to the majority report. He's been his own social media entity for a long time now. But you gotta not like tell your chat to go over there and like I don't know. This is just like this is how long-term dramas start, right? This is how like just hatred of a streamer by a community gets justified, right? They're gonna call this brigading. They're gonna call this, like harassment. It's like this is how this starts, right? You got to be really careful about saying anything like go over to his chat and XYZ. Like the second you do that, like you're in trouble, right? I don't know. This
for a
is
very
dude
long
is
time.
so-
this is just Twitch debate, like
you
fucking
very slowly gain
stupid.
followers. And as long as
they're
you've been
duck
there
measuring.
for
Indeed.
He's a
10
fucking
years
idiot. Here, let me
or
pull this
whatever,
shit
you'll-
up.
You'll have like 50,000 followers pretty easily if you're some sort of
And
internet
why am I
personality
pissed?
type.
I'm pissed because he's a fucking
Those
liar.
people who have followers on Twitter, but they haven't actually turned that into a monetizable brand anywhere else. Oh, that's so fucked. That's so fucked. Elon Musk is going to ruin their life.
Oh, Elon Musk has been great for me, buddy. I don't know. He really doesn't know who I am. Yeah, I'm pausing this. Let me show you. Let me show this. And I never do this, but I'm going to fucking do it for this guy. These are his demented messages to me. Are you ready?
Oh,
These are the
yo.
tweets. I didn't tweet at him once.
Oh
public.
my god, I'm glad we watched this, right? This is the drama side of things, apparently. I thought Bad Empanada was the drama side of things. It turns out that Bender... Wait, okay, so Bender right here is just showing, I challenge you to find photos, like this on... Okay. Wait, who's he responding to there? This isn't him responding to... They're saying you won't find photos like this in. Okay, so he's giving the actual translation. I thought he was giving like the sarcastic translation. No, that's the actual translation. I challenge you to find photos like this in Argentina, and Matt does find photos like that in Argentina. Yeah, this debate is dumb.
I DM'd him after he DM'd
This whole stream was dumb.
me. Look, ready? He's trying to act like he's Mr. Sit back, relax, I don't care, man. Matt, would you like to go over the historical evidence with me live and we can compare which country is the Nazi haven between yours and Argentina? Which America is without a doubt.
Would you like to go over the... Okay.
The Nazi haven in the entire world. Nazi haven capital USA.
Nazi town,
Not even
USA. Yeah.
USA. Earth. What is this guy talking about? I don't trust anyone adjacent to Sam Cedar to be capable of anything but sophistry, and I'm sure the guy knows his limits, being seventh fiddle to an already dumb sock dem.
Seventh fiddle?
But then he continues, Americans invited literally 10,000 plus Nazis post-war and have Nazi mass shootings every week, yet somehow still project this ahistorical myth on another country. There he is again, acting like it didn't happen. I'd make you cry if you dared talk to me about this live. This is him tweeting at me completely unprompted. I didn't say anything to this dude. He was obsessed. American Nazis, mass murderers, American Nazi mass murderers, Americans in America, something that happens like 3 times a month. Americans, this is because of Argentina. Never said that. I am citing a history book to prove this. A screenshot of the fucking History Channel website. Hop on my stream anytime and get reamed on this. Like, this dude was literally obsessed. And he's gonna act like he's Mr. Cool, Calm, Collected streamer. And then here's the fucking DMs. Here we go. I never do this, but here I am. The dude sent me. This is our first ever conversation. Never heard from this asshole before in my life. He sends me that tweet. Let me know. I got way more viewers than you, which he did not. Great opportunity for you to prove your beliefs. What beliefs? The fact that I didn't post an article that said Argentina, it said South America. Like, this dude just wanted the opportunity to fucking stroke his dick and pull out his academic research on Nazis in Argentina, which he never pulled out. I gave him the opportunity to. I said, you want to talk about it? No. Surely you're not just a typical American racist peddling stereotypes created by the U.S. State Department, which then backed actual Nazi dictatorships that genocided 200,000 people throughout South America, right? I just replied, always happy to talk. Okay, hop on now. You're trying to weaponize your ignorant American followers? Only fair I cite a dozen academic sources and make you look dumb in front of them. Only fair I cite a dozen academic sources and make you look dumb in front of them. This dude's making fun of Sam Cedar right now? This dude is making fun of Sam Cedar right now? I just replied, I can't just hop on now, but I'm happy to schedule something.
Well, do you think there now like a beef
and then
between...
he begged me to fucking retweet one of his tweets. If you're interested in informing your viewers with history books, RT that, smiley face.
Is there now like bad blood between the Majority Report and Bad Empanada? Is that what's going? Is that how this is going to end? Is this going to be like more than just like this is going to be like a constant thing now?
So then I replied, if you're interested in actually having that discussion again, let's if you're interested in actually having that discussion again, let's set it up. I'm not interested in DMing anything about anything else. And then he goes, information is only useful if it can be monetized. This is the fucking guy who publicly started it by challenging me to a live stream debate. Sure, when do you want to do it, he says. And so I bring up, I mean, you're the one who issued the public debate challenge, so pretty bizarre.
You think that's what BE
you
wanted from the get-go? You could have reached
out via DM first, but you didn't. I'm only answering in kind. And then he goes, because I want to educate Americans who always end up justifying imperialism and then get angry when you ask them not to. But we can do that via stream all the same. And so then he refused to do Skype. He refused to do Restream. He wanted to do via Discord.
I get that it's wrong to place all the blame and to like think of like that especially in the American consciousness, Argentina has like an undue amount of blame placed on it for this kind of stuff, right? That like we don't just think of it as a place where Nazis went, we think of it as the place that Nazis went. That being said, I haven't ever heard that used to justify imperialism. The people who care about that are anti-imperialist. The people who don't care about that are right-wing. I am up late. This is a very interesting and very frustrating debate that we're going over here. Welcome, Iron.
And then on Discord, he was telling me that he refuses
to the chat.
Set it up so we could actually talk face to face. He only wanted to do audio. Oh, it's pretty much what I wanted it to be too. Oh, I forgot to put the audio on. He said it went exactly how I wanted it to
dismantle every point he made completely. Man, you guys live in like an alternate reality.
Look at him coping right now.
That's fantastic.
Look at him coping right now.
It's like he's like apparently sitting there like watching my stream right now,
Oh, hell
responding
yeah,
to me
man.
in real time.
That's what
and
stream,
sending
that's
his
what you
viewers
do.
here, and I don't have to do anything because I don't give a shit about him. He doesn't matter.
I just sent. You're the one who challenged me, dude. You're the one who sent the open fucking challenge.
His purpose
You're the
was
open.
to act as a vessel for a topic that I wanted to talk about.
Right. So you misrepresented what I said in order to bad faith prophesize to your followers. That's exactly what happened. Yeah. You admitted it. Thank you. You misrepresented what I said to your viewers so you could talk about something completely different.
Will I get my teeth fixed? I don't know. Do you think Matt Binder is good looking? Do you think that angle makes any sense? I could see his webcam. It was not very impressive.
Okay.
Fucking hell.
Okay.
People make fun of me. The fuck?
He's going to my thing, isn't he? Oh, he's bringing up how I look. I'm a handsome devil.
That's a sexy man.
Thank you.
Oh, yes.
I agree.
He's
I
very
don't
teeth.
remember
I have
this
nothing
part.
to say about you. Your looks are fine. I have no problem with that's. You want to go at people saying that to you? That's fine. I don't even respond to people saying anything like that because I
Does
think
not
it's again.
look like a Unabomber. Do not be mean to him, or maybe
okay.
mean to the Unabomber.
There. Oh, okay. Oh, there you go.
Making fun of his
I don't play
hair
that
being
one. I'm bringing up
messy.
exactly
Oh my
what
god.
the topic was, and this dude wants to go off somewhere else. That's fine.
Ah, I'm consuming.
So am I openly admitting to disrespecting Matt Binder? Yes, I am, indeed. I openly admit to disrespecting Matt Binder.
It's Binder, but that's okay. I guess I messed up how to say Empanada for a second.
I'm disrespecting him right now, and I.
Do you
Isn't
think
that
that
the picture was for? I indeed admit, in a signed confession, to having disrespected Matthew Binder. And I'll do it again.
do you think that he's only calling him Binder
Isn't that
because
obvious?
of the
Like the stream title is Discount
because-
Sam Cedar.
It was
because of
very
the
obvious,
mispronunciation
right?
of his own
Before anything
name?
even happened.
All right. It's so weird because if this guy actually cared, he would have had an actual discussion with me about his concerns, but he didn't. He wanted to use this. He keeps saying it. He wanted to use this.
Uh-oh.
Look at the title of his thing. If he really cared about leftist solidarity and spreading a positive message, he could have.
The way these people talk is fucking amazing. Not a good look, bro. Not a good look, bro. Bro.
Bruh.
He's
bro.
having a hard time here. That's
Bruh.
why
You
this is so fun to
disrespected my
watch.
favorite streamer, bro. Oof. Not a good look, bro.
He's having a hard time. I would have been happy to have a discussion with him. He's the one who wanted to.
Now that I
pound his
mentioned that, everyone's
chest.
saying those phrases, and I can't tell which is real and which isn't.
This is really something else. It's absolutely something else. I don't even know what to say. It really was incredible.
Oh yeah, I was owned really badly. I was owned so badly that I'm going to immediately upload the stream of that,
You should.
and it's gonna go
Binder's a
just fine for me.
Zionist. What are these lies in here?
Like,
Binder's a
I
Zionist.
just completely owned that. This
These
is
guys
literally
just
not
make
going to
things
affect
up.
Oh
me
my
in any way
god.
at all, aside
These
from
guys just
making me
make
a
things
couple
up.
$100 in ad revenue.
These guys just make things up.
It
They
feels
just
like
make things up.
there's like error. There's like notes of
unbelievable.
there's notes
It's
of
really
Hassan's
bizarre.
encounter with Destiny here, right?
They really thought they were debating. I don't know who they thought they were debating.
It feels like
An
Weasley.
MSNBC,
It feels like
uh,
Weasley
I'm
Little
extremely
Liars.
sad right now.
Really
It-
bizarre.
It feels like Hassan's Weasley Little Liars. The way that Matt's reacting
Really
is
bizarre.
like, wow,
Not a
I
good
can't
look,
believe he's
bro.
this bad faith.
How many times are you gonna
I'm
repeat
here
that?
to complain about my favorite streamer getting destroyed in a debate.
He's having a hard time here.
If you even watch streams, including my stream, there's something wrong with you. Anyone who watches these streams of just like people talking, especially political streams, makes no sense. If you're going to watch a stream, at least respect yourself and
Especially
watch
no
like a Minecraft
comment
stream or
chick,
something.
right? Those are like how could you ever watch a no comment chick stream?
This is a worse
Seriously.
look than when I got arrested.
Wait, what was the thing where he was gonna get arrested? Oh my god, I vaguely remember that. Does anybody remember?
Yikes, my guy!
the
I can't
whole-
tell which of these people are real. Which of these people are real now? Yikes, my guy! Matt Binder is incredibly mad. He's not feeling very good right now.
Matt Binder.
One of us is very angry after that discussion. The other is very much not. Matt Binder immediately opens my stream, immediately tells his viewers to come here,
I
and now he's like in the chat complaining. And he's like watching my stream, dude.
I
You
am
watch
watching your
streams
stream.
on your stream?
I mean,
yeah, that's what people do. Are you? That's what
what
streamers
the fuck
do.
is this culture that has sprouted, like this politic streamer culture?
Oh.
Wow, what the
well,
fuck?
it's weird because like, wait, it's not just like Matt being. It's not just like they're both being a little obtuse about streamer culture, right? Like, okay, now does this feel like a cope stream for Matt? Not exactly, but like, go over in his chat. No, you know what it feels like to me? It feels like Hassan. It feels like literally in that Weasley Little Liar moment. That was Hassan getting done like so many other debate streamers that Destiny has done that to. And this is kind of like the same thing. And is there an overreaction in telling your chat to go into his chat and let him know something? Yeah, it's not a good look. It's going to get mischaracterized. But I think it's honestly like, you know, Matt does a lot of streams, but he's not doing them in the context of Twitch in the way that you know, Twitch streamers do. He's got one foot in each, you know, in each side of the fence as far as YouTube and Twitch. And so like there's some things about like streaming that you know, he's not getting, some things that like you just don't do that he's doing. But I kind of cut him some slack because of that, right? I don't know. Makes fun of not a good look, bro, but he himself is like, yikes, my guy. Yeah, Matt was like a little high pitched for my taste in that moment. Is BE new to streaming though? No, sort of. I mean, he's mainly a video essayist. So, see, so yeah, Matt basically what he does is streams. Like, right, he also does, news, Majority Report content. I mean, like he was a producer for the Majority Report back in the day. Like that's how he got his start. But he's been, doing his own thing, and it is basically streaming. So, it's not like he hasn't streamed or anything. Maybe he's used to doing stuff together with like YouTubers, right? Like most of the, no, that's not true. Like, yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. This is a shit show. This is a train wreck. I mean, nobody's looking great here. But yeah, Bad Empanada's being an asshole. Matt is saying some things that are going to get characterized as brigading, even though I don't think that that's his intention. I don't think he's trying to harass Bad Empanada off the internet or anything like that. I don't think that. I think he just like is like legitimately frustrated, probably overreacting. But I am not one to make that criticism of him, given the fact that I've reacted pretty hard to some exchanges with other streamers myself. So
what are we doing?
You had a talk with someone where they were completely respectful to you the whole time, and nonetheless blew you out because you made yourself look like a dumb fuck. And then after that, you open their stream to watch them to see what they say about you, and then you come to their stream and you complain in the chat. Like,
yeah, right.
What the hell? You stream to watch other people's streams?
It's right in your headline. You had a nice respectful chat. Look at the fucking title of your YouTube video, man. Are you kidding me? And then you admit.
I can just respond to like any of your appearance-based insults by bringing up a picture of Matt Binder. He looked even worse on the webcam.
What are you doing?
I'll watch his stream, and then we can have like a never-ending stream inception.
What he's trying to say is infinite recursion.
Bring it up. I'm ready for you, buddy. Here we go.
Infinite regression.
Matt Binder guides me for all the conspiracy theories.
Oh, here we go. We're gonna hear myself
Matt Binder,
now.
you're not looking good down there, my friend.
Why are you talking about how I look? I haven't brought up how you look. Very bizarre.
Yeah, I mean,
I can just.
I think okay, so that sounds a little bit like a stream alert, but maybe he has a soundboard or something because it's a little different too. It sounds like the I'm consuming. When somebody donates, it's nice enough to donate to Bad Empanada. It makes that sound. I'm consuming. It makes a slightly different sound for us. I think ours is a little bit more pleasant than that. But that's just like a Bad Empanada groan. And I think he's doing that because, like, okay, you're gonna like listen to my stream here. I'll give you something to listen to.
I'm keeping the volume off. Well, did
little
he mute
bitch.
it? Of course. Oh,
really?
Bitch
Okay. Okay.
What a fucking bitch.
How is that a bitch?
I was ready to come.
Oh no.
He said he won't do it again because someone asked him to do it again on the stream.
You understand? I'm going to upload the
Yeah.
VOD of that, right? And it's
Yeah.
going to get like 25, 30,000 views within a month, which is going to
Which is
grossly
a very
eclipse
small
the total
Look,
views that
portion.
MapBinder will get.
I don't really care about the copium scorecard, all right, but I am noticing one thing, right? Bad Empanada claimed that he would have more viewers. According to Bender, he didn't. I didn't really pay attention. Did anybody want to adjudicate that? Who had the most viewers? Obviously, Matt was hiding some of his power level by also streaming to Twitch at the same time. So, but like, if Bad Empanada did indeed, like, predict a bigger stream, fail to manifest a bigger stream, in fact, manifest a lower number stream, and then this happens again with the numbers on like the respective videos, that is going to be sad. And that's probably why you shouldn't like do that, right? I don't know though. Like, live by the ego, die by the ego. I
In the
don't.
same video.
Very small portion.
Matt had way more live viewers today, although I guess he has way more subscribers on his main channel.
Because unlike
views.
streamers, my channel has actual content on it, including this channel, which is a second channel that I literally pay no attention to and put no effort into.
He's like, I fought you with one hand tied behind my back, and I still beat you. That's what he's saying.
Interesting. His whole thing was he didn't care about that stuff. This dude walks in circles. He talks out both sides of his mouth nonstop.
Matt Binder hosts a show with Lance where they debate who is the dumber leftist between the two of them or other people. Because if it's between the two of them, well, okay, that makes sense.
That's an interesting
awful.
characterization for leftist mafia.
Okay, between the two of them. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
I guess that's how you could describe leftist mafia.
You know, good
That's
on them
that's
for being
definitely
honest.
leftist mafia. Yeah, 100%. Okay, are they really both sitting here just... And I'm sitting here quietly too, just playing freaking Minecraft. Just running from Joe
Oh
Biden.
yeah, me and Lance had a falling out because he supports Bo of the Fifth Column for being a human trafficker. And also, I
Okay,
fought
honestly, like him... Okay, so the biggest surprise to me is that was the falling out, right? I'm actually surprised that he was friends with Lance. Lance, wow. Being friends with Bad Empanada, if you don't know, is a big no-no for the Vosh network. Now, there's a lot of things that Lance does that's kind of atypical or counter, you know, like, right? That's why I say, like, I don't hold Lance in the same regard that I do somebody like, you know, Vosh or Xander Hall. I don't consider them the same. But, yeah, I didn't realize that there was actually a Lance Bad Empanada bridge, apparently, according to Bad Empanada, up until the Bow of the Fifth Column thing. And that's when that disagreement happened. I would have thought that they either never knew each other, never got along, or they never... Or they had stopped being friends like a long time ago. So yeah, we're learning all kinds of new things. Oh my god, that freaking boat, Joe Biden! I gotta run away from Joe Biden. Oh no, he's gonna chase me. Biden's gonna chase me. You know he is. Joe Biden. Freaking Joe Biden, run away from him. No, stop tracking me, Joe Biden. Stop tracking me. You and your creepy smelling of me. Stop it. Stop it, Biden. Stop it. Okay, I'm gonna get away from Biden. This time. Haha. He's like, but next time. Mwahahaha. We got away from Biden.
Oh boy.
We got away
We're
from
gonna
Dark
talk about
Brandon.
Lance now.
Propensity to debate white supremacists and lose, and he keeps doing it anyway, which is very irresponsible. Lance is just like the cloudiest clout chaser I've ever seen in my life. Like, he will suck up to anyone who he thinks is a big platform, no matter what they do, no matter how shitty they are. Ignore the bad things they do, you know, side with them whenever they do something that is mildly
All
agreeable.
right, this is boring now.
He's a clout human centipede type guy.
This is boring now. I'm done.
Oh crap! I think I'm the one that told
See,
that.
listen. Look at how this, like, the reading comprehension among this guy and his fans. Apparently, it runs in his whole.
Yo, it's all about the reading comprehension, huh?
He brings up how apparently Lance
With
is
Bender.
like Bo,
Went
and then look at
full-time
this. Look at
streaming.
this comment here.
Which
Bender
is
likes Bo.
degenerate.
Oof. I have no opinion on this guy. I don't know who he is. I don't know who Bo is of the fifth. I don't know Bo of the fifth column.
Yeah,
No idea.
He's on
Know
White.
nothing
Oh my
about
god,
him.
he's on. You mean White Forest or whatever? Or is White Leaf something else? Which is like the Vorsh fan cooperative. Oh my god. Oh, the Vorsh fan.
I know
cooperative.
nothing about Bo.
Fuck, man.
If I have to look into him, whatever it is, I'm not gonna be a fan of someone if any
I
of
can't
this is
believe the
true.
shit that exists
I don't
around
know.
streaming. I was on Memes TV, but I got them to remove me from it because it was an owner's co-op.
So yeah,
never told you
I
that
might have
before.
let Bad Empanada
They don't
know
really care
about the
it wasn't a real co-op.
White Forest connection there.
I'm bored now. What do you guys want to do now?
That might have been me in
Should I take some
chat.
calls?
Like, the way that it worked was they take the money from putting your videos on there and showing it, and you know, they take the subscription money and they give it to the owners first, and then the creators get like whatever's left over. And they told me that I had one of like the highest viewer rates on the platform.
Of course,
or something,
of course
'cause I was
you did.
uploading my content there as well as YouTube, but I never got paid a cent. And then one day, like, they randomly
All right. I'm
emailed
bored.
me to try and get me to debate someone. I don't
I have
remember
no
who it was.
interest in-
About the Holodomor or something.
I have no interest in this. So I'm opening up the phone lines. Let's take calls. You know how to reach me. Doomed live on Skype. I'll take a few calls and then call it a night.
Stalin and his giant spoon, right? Okay, seems like YouTube chat doesn't like links. The video Elliot Sang shared about white supremacy in Latin America was created by yeah, I feel like I don't know if we watched this on stream, but let's check this out. Bothered Boy. It's a recent video. There it is. I watched this. I don't think I watched it on stream though, so take a look. Take a quick look
Hi,
at this.
Bother Brigade. Here's what's bothering me today.
Bothered Brigade.
There's been yet another mass shooting in the United States of America, and this time it's quote-unquote different because while the shooter posted a manifesto, and no, we're not really going to talk about that in detail, but it kind of just does the whole typical right-wing neo-Nazi bullcrap. And what's different about it this time is that the shooter was Latin American or Mexican American or Hispanic American, all sorts of terms to try and point out, hey, he's not white, so how could he be a neo-Nazi if not white? Ah, checkmate, leftists. So today, as a Latino, it's time for me to unfortunately inform everyone about how racist the subcontinent is. And that's what we're going to talk about today. So apparently it needs to be said, yes, Latin Americans can be white supremacists. there are a ton of white Latin American people. In fact, there are several countries that are majority white in Latin America. Uruguay, Argentina, Costa Rica, and Chile and Cuba are all majority white. And without even looking there, just a casual look at America also reveals that you have very racist, practically Nazi and all but name people who also happen to be of Latin American descent. Nick Fuentes' father is Mexican American. Ted Cruz is an American Cuban, sometimes known as a Gusano. One of the most famous leaders of the Proud Boys is Enrique Tarrio. He's also Latin American. All three of these little awful ghouls have Latin American heritage, and 2 of them are definitely white passing, but all of them definitely have white supremacist neo-Nazi vibes to them. I also remind people that the Americas were first of all colonized by the Portuguese and the Spanish, who are European and thus brought the ideas of European race and religion and civilization to the Americas and inflicted all those unspeakable horrors upon my indigenous ancestors. And my black ancestors too, for that matter. So since we're talking about race and civilization, air quotes, in Latin America, let's talk about the casta real quick. If you've heard the term mestizo or mulatto, you are already at least somewhat familiar with the casta. The casta was a racial and social identifier used by the Spanish to determine someone's lot and worth in life, basically. There were all kinds of terms for socially identifying who was actually who on the ladder. So, if you're half black and half white, this is what you are, and that's where you fall on that social ladder, as a very brief example. At the absolute top, however, you had peninsulares and criollos. Now, peninsulares were white people who were actually born in Spain and then came over to, wreak hegemony on America. And then criollos were white people who were born in the New World. That's right. Shit was so white and so prejudiced that they had to make 2 different distinctions for the types of white people. And the peninsulares were seen as better and the criollos as inferior. Like, oh my God. And so these privileged few, these peninsulares and criollos, they start, setting up what would become the foundations of all the different Latin American states by displacing and or murdering indigenous people and also, by the way, enslaving them. What ends up happening is you have various different systems. The encomienda, which dealt with a lot of slavery and how they were entitled to certain groups of people and their labor. Like, what the actual hell? And then you also had systems like the hacienda and the latifundia. Now, the latifundia was basically you would be given like a large landed estate to which you were entitled all the monetary rewards thereof. These were given to churches. These were given to like wealthy aristocrats from Spain or from Portugal. And the hacienda was kind of at the center of all that, where it was like your big estate slash a factory. That's part of where hacienda comes from. It comes from the Spanish verb hacer, meaning to make or create. And so that was sort of the center of all of this of, yes, here on my massive slave plantation that stretches out to the horizon as far as the eye can see, and all these slaves, the indigenous ones keep dying, so I guess we better get the transatlantic slave trade started. Come on over here, Africans, we gotta work you to death so I can just sit here on my porch, on my hacienda, while everyone's making stuff so I can get richer and richer. This happened pretty much everywhere. Now, there were some places that didn't have as much slavery, but this was basically everywhere from Mexico to Brazil.
I just spawned another one, didn't I?
So this is all at the very beginning of Latin American history, right? And already you are seeing massive amounts of inequality, racial prejudice, slavery, and all the wealth being concentrated into the hands of a handful of white people who decided, from the get-go, by the way, to implement this casta system of racial stratification while they were, again, abusing and enslaving and extracting wealth from the land and the people that were either indigenous to there or brought over as slaves from Africa. So yeah, the legacy of all of this is a continent that speaks Spanish, is predominantly Catholic, and is overwhelmingly racist. Far too many conflicts to count from Latin America have been started due to a power struggle, either between criollos or the landed criollo estate class versus the majority, either mestizo or indigenous or some other marginalized population that rose up in rebellion saying, hey, you're talking about this democracy and representation stuff. Can we get some of that? And then the criollos would basically say, no, go to hell. Think about the recent coup in Peru and how that was meant to protect the landed interests in Peru, or even the one that came before that in Bolivia with Janine Áñez and like a selection of a handful of white Bolivians who just said, oh no, these poor indigenous Bolivians, they don't know how to run things, so we gotta take over and show them how it's really done. Like, this is not an uncommon part of Latin American history. In fact, there's a term for what it means to actually improve the country: blanqueamiento. Blanqueamiento is literally the idea of whitening your people and your nation. See, we're getting more and more white and therefore more and more civilized, because that's what our ancient slave master Spaniards and Portuguese people imprinted in our subconscious. You don't have to look far or hard to find racist Latin Americans or Hispanic Americans. Like, whether they are born and raised in the United States or they are found elsewhere throughout Latin America, it doesn't really matter. You can find this easily. Like, I feel like I'm just kind of in this weird space of, oh yeah, I'm perfectly aware of all this, and people are suddenly shocked to be like, oh no, it's impossible for brown people to be racist. And it's like, that's because not all Latin Americans are brown people, and that's part of why we have a huge race and colorism problem in the Latin American community. As a grim example, my father is Afro-Latino. Technically, he's a Zombo, see the Costa for that. But he's as Latin American as just about anyone, and yet, because of his skin color, he is greeted with racism by a great many other Latinos. We should also maybe talk a little bit about the Dominican Republic and their whole relationship with race, but I'm not Dominican and I couldn't get my Dominican friends to like immediately respond before I started recording this, so that's probably going to have to be like a subsection for a different time, but it's definitely very weird and very sus. As a starter of getting your feet wet into this subject, Foreign Man in a Foreign Land released a pretty good video that touches on the Dominican view of race and how they view Haitians and blackness. So you should definitely go check that video out if you haven't already. But I am just so flabbergasted and exhausted by this notion that, oh no, this mass murder couldn't possibly have been a neo-Nazi because, see, he's Latin American or Mexican American or some kind of identifier that in my mind I think means non-white. There can't possibly be neo-Nazis in such a diverse place like Brazil, and it's like, yeah, actually there are. There are absolutely white supremacist Latin Americans in Latin America and in the United States. You're probably, again, as I mentioned near the top of this video, you're probably familiar with at least one or two of them. This is not uncommon, and all this really is at the end of the day is the right wing trying very hard to distance themselves and their awful, racist, bigoted ideology and trying to put it on, you know, it's that kind of excuse of, no, see, I can't be racist towards black people. Here's my one black friend. It's just really weird and awful tokenization. And unfortunately, that's the emerging narrative, and people are still shocked to find out that there are white supremacist Latin Americans. All that is definitely what's bothering me today.
Yo. Okay, so whoever said this was a much better explanation is correct. Of what was trying to be interrogated in on Twitter with Matt Bender, and yeah, like I sympathize. Like, you know, with the frustration of like some of the bad faith from Bad Empanada, but at the same time, there is a point there that needs to be acknowledged. Just God, I feel silly for having done a whole stream about this debate. given this is not my normal streaming time, and well, oh well, sad sub goal. We'll try again some other time, maybe less often now, but like I'm gonna try to balance video essay creation and streaming, but you know, like these kind of numbers sort of lead me towards more video, more video essays and less streaming, more building of the community, so that this will be sustainable for me. But I had fun hanging out with you. Nonetheless, everybody have a good night, and go say hi to Willow for me. Good night.